The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll and you may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to our House chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Representative Chauncey.
Good morning, friends. Let us pray. Dear Father, as the days get longer and patience shorter, remind each of these representatives that they are about a good thing as they invest their lives into things which in many instances will outlive them. The psalmist declares, I will lift up my eyes to the mountains. From where will my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. He will not allow your foot to slip. He who keeps you will not slumber. So, Lord, when we search for answers to demanding situations, might we lift our eyes to the one who does have the answers. And when we feel defeated and work worn, allow us to trust in you to embolden us to push on. Help us to not become weary in well doing. You are indeed the one whom we can trust. With that as our foundation, we push on boldly to carry out the tasks set before us. When these tasks become complicated and difficult to navigate, we will look to you for wisdom and insight. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Has every member had an opportunity to record their presence? Roll is still open. Has every member had an opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. Introduction of bills and introduction of original motions and House resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Resolution 6041 by Representatives McNorton, Alcala, and others, a resolution recognizing and commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Jayhawk Theater, the official state theater of Kansas.
On House Resolution 6041, the Speaker recognizes Representative McNorton for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have all my Shawnee County delegation join us, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great day in Topeka. Myself and the other Shawnee County representatives are here to honor the historic Jayhawk Theater, which is located just a couple blocks north here in the great city of Topeka, Kansas. The theater was first opened its doors on August 16th, 1926. And for 50 years, the Jayhawk Theater served as a vibrant gathering place for Kansans, hosting performances, films, and community events that embodied the state's history and heritage. It's long been recognized as for its architectural character and a historic significance to our state. The Jayhawk Theater was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1982, and in 1993 was designated as the official state theater of Kansas by a resolution of the Kansas Legislature. Along with the other historic theaters across Kansas, the Jayhawk Theater stands as an important historic and cultural landmark. These theaters sustain the state's historic character and vibrant community life, and the Jayhawk Theater remains as the gold standard amongst these treasured institutions. The continued preservation and restoration of the Jayhawk Theater represents a major collaborative effort among community partners, local supporters to advance historic preservation, downtown revitalization, tourism, and economic development in the capital city of Topeka. Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the state of Kansas that we recognize and commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Jayhawk Theater, the official state theater of Kansas, and extend our appreciation to all those who have helped preserve and support this historic landmark for the benefit of present and future generations. I ask that the chief clerk send an enrolled copy of this resolution to the historic theater. Joining me today on the floor are just a few of the many, and I mean many. If you've been down and looked at what's happened, especially in the last 5 years with that theater, I grew up in Topeka, and my whole adult life, this has been a goal of those in Topeka. I can remember, back in high school or not too long after that, talking about restoring the theater to its glory. And it's finally going to take place and happen. They're making great strides due to a lot of these people, some up in the gallery. So just to name a few of them that are here is Phil Backus, right here, Jeff Carson, Scott Gales, Vance Kelly, Matt McGivern, Nancy Parrish, Larry Tenneper, and Joanne Morrell, who has worked tirelessly for the past 3 or 4 years since you've been at the, she has done amazing work getting all the community together, donors, supporters. It's really amazing what this lady has done for our community. So I move to adopt House Resolution HR 6041, and my words be spread across the journal.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and your words will be spread across the journal without objection. Without objection, so ordered. The Speaker recognizes Representative Will Carpenter for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2553. Will Carpenter on House Bill 2553. Thank you, Mr. Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Sorry I wasn't paying any attention. I'd make a motion to non-concur with the amendments, House Bill 2533. The Senate made a few changes on that, and we want to take a look at it. So, Mr. Speaker, I make a motion that the House non-concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 2533 and a conference committee be appointed.
And it is correct up on the board now. It's 2533. Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Susan Ruiz. Sorry about that, I didn't see you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank our chair for bringing this up. And I agree to the motion to non-concur on HB 2533. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Sorry about that. Seeing none, Representative Carpenter, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representative Carpenter, Will, Bryce, and Susan Ruiz as conferees on part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Francis for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2471.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2471 was a road naming bill in honor of Sam Smith. The Senate made some changes to it, so we want to take a look at it. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2471 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? No discussion? I got a good signal, so I don't think there's any discussion. So Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representative Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Francis for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2615.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2615 was a road naming bill for General George Wart. Senate made a change to it. We want to discuss it with them. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2615 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Speaker recognizes Representative Helgerson, who gave me the sign just a little bit ago. And he just did it again. Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representative Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Berquist for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2099.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to make a motion to non-concur on what is now House or Senate substitute for 2099. The Senate took the bill that we worked 111 to a few votes for Topeka housing bill, and not sure exactly what all happened to that, and changed it to a conveyance of property from the state to Leavenworth County. And so want to find out the details of that before we bring it to you for concurrence. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 2099 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representative Berquist, Blex, and Featherston as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself from the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of general orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The The ayes have it. The motion carries. Speaker appoints Representative Sutton to chair the Committee of the Whole.
All right, good morning, body. We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. The first item of business is SB 51. For the purpose of carrying SB 51, the chair recognizes Representative Turner. Well, I don't actually recognize him, I guess. Representative Turner. Or if anyone would like to be Representative Turner for a while. Representative, we have a long way to go. We can't have these kind of delays.
Is my, yes, it is on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologize for being distracted. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll start this morning with some IT bills. SB 51 is a bill that continues the legislature's efforts to improve administration and organization of IT and cybersecurity services to reduce risk to the state. This bill does four main things. It updates statute to allow legislative post-audit to share audit reports of IT with the Chief Information Security Officer of the branch being audited. It adds cloud computing to the list of responsibilities under the Executive Chief Information Technology Officer because cloud computing wasn't in vogue at the time that that statute was written. So we're just updating that. It clarifies statutory responsibilities related to telecommunication services, basically saying that the Chief Information Technology Officer of each branch can purchase their own telecommunication services if the equipment or the service is compatible with the network. And lastly, the bill would permit the executive branch Chief Information Technology Officer to enter into agreements with, local state agencies, cities, et cetera, that may not have a lot of options for service provision, and it's not required of them, but at least they can offer those services for a fee, both telecommunications or cybersecurity services. With that, there's no fiscal impact, and so with that, I will stand for questions.
All right, does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Turner did a good job explaining this bill. I would encourage your support. Thank you.
Is there further discussion?
The good representative from Johnson County.
Right, if there's no further discussion, Representative Helgerson slow played me. The chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Could you stand for a question? Sure. As I understand, you said that the technology decisions now are going to be divided up among different entities. Is that correct?
Well, no, obviously, yes, the technology for the judiciary is under the Judiciary Chief Information Technology. Legislative have our own chief technology and executive, but the executive kind of owns the network. And so as these other agencies would buy equipment, it just needs to be compatible with the network. So if they buy their own phone sets or, conferencing software, that's it.
So Department of Administration will have one still czar of technology?
I don't know about the Department of Administration.
Well, Department of
who's
Administration
housed in
and all of the
there.
departments. We will not have
All the
individual.
branches. So executive, legislative, judicial has their own chief
Will have their
information
own.
technology and security persons. But yes, we're talking technology on this bill.
Thank you
Yes.
very much.
All right, seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
All right, I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Turner to report SB 51 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is SB 375. For the purpose of carrying 375, the chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel. We're waiting on you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will pay my fine to the three amigos for making you guys wait on me and not pushing my button. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SB 375 basically enacts the proxy, the Investment Advisors Act. And what this bill will do, if a proxy advisor recommends a vote against management without having done a financial analysis, they have to say so clearly to the investors receiving the advice, to the company's board, and to their own website. If they did do a financial analysis, they have to disclose that too and make that analysis available to the public. With that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
All right. For further, the chair recognizes Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is not fine. If we take a big step back and look at what this bill actually does, it is the government mandating private business to essentially do a bunch more work, which could then come back and make government business more expensive. If we're requiring these proxy advisors to make sure that every time they go against management to prove that they did financial analysis, that's just gonna make the process more expensive. And for example, Capers does quite a bit of this using proxy advisors. And so that means if the proxy advisors then raise their prices as a result of this, then that actually costs the state more money. So I rise in opposition to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Rivas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the bill answer some questions?
Yes, sir, Representative.
Does Bill 375 deal with possible deceptive and fraudulent practices?
Yes.
Does it deal with transparency and public disclosures?
Yes.
Does it deal with the Kansas Attorney General's ability to investigate and enforce business in Kansas under the Consumer Protection Act?
Yes.
Then I have an amendment.
Representative, have you turned in your amendment?
All right, there is no amendment, so we are going to continue on. Does anybody else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none. Representative Hoheisel, you may close. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports SB 375 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hoheisel to report Senate Bill 375 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next order of business is Senate Bill 232. To carry Senate Bill 232, the chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Representative Hoheisel, we're waiting on you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My fines are just growing this morning. This is what happens when the speaker gives me so much work. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SB 232 modernizes the investment authority governing Kansas's unclaimed property fund. And I want to make sure that we're making that clear. This is not the Capers Fund. This is not the PMIB Fund. This is just the unclaimed property fund. Currently, this fund has limited investment options. This bill adds a new one, narrow definition option, investment in U.S. dollar denominated bonds of certain high quality foreign governments. We did put some parameters on this in committee to the countries that we would invest in these U.S. dollar denominated bonds have to have a minimum credit rating of A- through S&P or Fitch, or an A3 from Moody's. They have to have a perfect repayment history. They can never have defaulted on any bonds. There's a 5% cap on foreign government investments. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
All right. Representative Rivas, are you wanting to speak to this bill too? I don't see him around. Okay, the chair recognizes Representative Shu. Please turn off your button if you're not in queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill's fine.
All right, seeing no further discussion, Representative Hoheisel, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports SB 232 favorable for passage.
Heard the motion by Representative Hoheisel to report SB 232 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is SB 380. For the purposes of carrying SB 380, the chair recognizes Representative Bohai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you. SB 380, the goal of the legislation is to encourage private investment in electric vehicle fast chargers throughout Kansas. It is essential for Kansas's economic development to ensure that Kansans and EV drivers traveling through the state have a safe and reliable EV charging network that is collocated with the traditional refueling amenities that drivers have come to expect through the traditional refueling network. This legislation will leverage private capital by giving businesses more certainty to confidently invest and increase charging access across Kansas. This bill is the result of considerable stakeholder collaboration over the past 2 years between fuel retailers, electric utilities, and other EV stakeholders. Some additional amendments were adopted in committee to address some lingering concerns, and the measure before you represents a reasonable compromise. Specifically, SB 380 does two important things. It prohibits electric utilities from including EV fast charging stations in their rate base, And two, ensures that any private entities that provide EV charging services receive the same rates from the Kansas Electric Utility as their competitors do, and that electric utilities cannot grant their own fast charging stations an unreasonable competitive advantage in terms of rates. The bill does not prohibit any Kansas electric utility from owning a charging station, but it does prevent them from socializing the costs broadly to all of their ratepayers. This provision is important because fuel retailers and other private businesses will be reluctant to invest in expensive fast charging stations if there is a chance that their investments could be subject to unfair competition from ratepayer subsidized charging stations. SB 380 grandfathers in any EV fast charging stations built by a Kansas electric utility before the bill's enactment, and its provision does not apply to the EV fast charging stations that Kansas electric utilities own for their own private use, for their fleets or employees. In order to speak to the committee amendments, I would say they did three primary things. First, we exempted municipally owned utilities and cooperatives. Second, we added flexibility for the federal and state mandates. And third, we removed a 5-year review provision in favor of a 10-year sunset, giving the private sector a long runway to plan and make an investment. I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative O'Habison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The carrier of the amendment, the carrier of the bill, our colleague from Johnson County did a great job in explaining it. The bill's a good bill. I encourage your support for Senate Bill 380. Thank you very much.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Bohai, you may close.
This legislation is needed in order to maintain a level playing field in the burgeoning retail transportation electronification market to encourage private investment and the free market competition that comes with it. At the same time, we need to protect electric utility ratepayers from subsidizing infrastructure that private industry is ready, willing, and able to provide at its own risk. Thank you, and I urge your support of this bill. I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Bohai to report SB 380 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business is SB 55. For the purposes of carrying SB 55, the chair recognizes Representative Chauncey.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Senate Bill 55 protects homeowners by prohibiting contractors and service providers from soliciting or accepting assignments of post-loss insurance benefits on residential property claims. These agreements are declared void and considered unfair or deceptive practices. There are limited exceptions to this bill for financial institutions, mortgage holders, property transfers. Overall, the bill promotes transparency, protects consumers, and helps control the rising cost of insurance. With that, I stand for questions.
All right. Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really a property and casualty insurance company bill. And one of the things it is meant to do is to protect homeowners. So let's say you're during the hailstorm and things in the past years, that a person comes to your door and says, let me take this over, sign your rights over. The check will come to me. And instead, what happens is they can collect the money. The job might not be done. And by the way, the check might even come to the homeowner, but at that time, the homeowner has no right to sign the check. So what this is to protect our homeowners, stabilize costs, and hopefully bring a little bit more trust to those people who have services outside. Now, this does not affect commercial property. There was written only testimony and support by the Armed Forces Insurance, Farm Bureau, Financial Services, the Kansas Building Industry Association, and the National Insurance Crime Bureau. And with that, I would ask for your support for SB 55. Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Chauncey, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend that when the body rises, that passes out Senate Bill 55 favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Chauncey to report SB 55 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is SB 448. For the purposes of carrying SB, the chair recognizes Representative Croft, the Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that Senate Bill 448, appearing under the order of business, general orders be passed over and retained and placed on the calendar.
You've heard the motion by the Majority Leader. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Well, the nays were more zealous, but the ayes appear to have it. Division on the Majority Leader's motion has been called. The clerk will open the roll. Caught me off guard. I can't see colors. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll. Yeas being 63 and nays 37, the motion to pass over the bill passes. Majority Leader, you still have the floor if you'd care to discuss.
Good for the next one.
Very good. Then the next item of business is SB 327, and the chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that Senate Bill 327, appearing under the order of business, general orders be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion to pass over the bill passes. All right, the next item of business is SB 334. And for the purposes of carrying SB 334, the chair recognizes Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whoops. SB 334. I just turned the page. Kansas faces a nursing shortage. Faculty shortages are limiting how many students can be admitted. The Kansas Board of Nursing, as well as Kansas Nursing Workforce Center report identifying nurse faculty is suffering from shortages. What the bill does, it allows for more flexibility in faculty degree requirements. It allows programs to hire faculty that hold at least one degree higher than the program they teach. It prevents the Kansas Board of Nursing from imposing requirements beyond the statute. It keeps all licensure, competency, and instructional standards in place. It is permissive, not prescriptive. Schools may still require master's prepared faculty if they choose. Accreditation is not impacted. The bottom line is it does not lower standards. It does not mandate hiring changes. It does not affect accreditation and does not require new spending. It still leaves the Board of Nursing in charge. It is just telling them to please allow for 1 degree above faculty, which the rural areas of Kansas are in desperate need of. We need to have licensed practical nurses, all of the lower nursing degrees. We need to have those filled. And once we get those in, and we get them into some of the places that other nurses right now don't want to be in, such as and my mind just went blank, such as nursing homes and drug overdose type places, drug problem places. It'll get those people in and they will go, we believe they'll also go towards their RN. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
All right, does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
With respect to the previous speaker, I will respectfully disagree. I think that this bill potentially puts Kansans in danger. The logic that is followed under this would be like saying that because someone had graduated the 8th grade, that then qualified them to teach 7th graders. We care about Kansans. This bill is dangerous. I will oppose, and I will ask you to do the same. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Pittsburgh State has a very proud nursing program. And one of the doctors at Pittsburgh State called and said, vote no on this bill. It's going to lower the standards that the nurses go through. So she's on the State Board of Nursing. And like I said, I know several of these nurses there, and we don't want to lower our standards. So please consider voting no on this. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Oropesa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I appreciate the previous speaker's information as well. So a little history about this bill. It's been shopped around. It was shopped around first to nursing schools, and they were told absolutely not. We do not want to lower our quality or standards here in the state of Kansas, especially for rural Kansas. It was shopped around to the agency which shall not be named across the street. They also said no, that this is not appropriate. We are professionals and we need to be trained. So in giving that, I was then told in my office that this bill would not come across the floor or be worked in committee or brought at all. Again, a lie, because 2 versions of this bill has come to us, one last year as a House bill and one this year as a Senate bill. So who is really going after what is appropriate here? This is really a business deal. This is about opening up unaccredited, lower quality schools, saying they're filling a workforce gap in which we do not have, or we do have, but need to work on it in an appropriate fashion. I have had several papers passed out to you. Please review that. This has happened in another state, which has been detrimental to them in Florida. In addition to that, a rough breakdown of what we currently have in the state of Kansas and where we need to work on these issues. And this is not the bill to do that. This needs to be done with input from nursing and the nursing professionals, not just a lobbying group that is looking at their bottom line and calling it a workforce going forward bill. In addition to that, I want to stress that if anybody has any questions, please let me know. Please look at me not as a Democrat, but as a nurse who's very worried about your health care, because this impact of this bill will be in very short term, within 1 to 2 years, that we would have poor quality nurses at the bedside. And that is something we need to take very serious when we look at these type of workforce bills. It's very concerning to me on several levels. I have 2 educators who are nursing faculty who are more than willing to talk with anybody because this is their profession. And if they would like to have those questions answered or have further questions answers, please let me know. One is rural and one is urban, and they have come forward and are more than willing to talk to anybody and answer any concerns that they may have or any misconceptions that are given. I oppose this bill adamantly and hope we as a body can look at this, but in a real true fashion of how we can work on our nursing shortage and workforce issues in a safe and quality and effective way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I join my colleagues in opposition to Senate Bill 334. Last year, I stood right here and asked the carrier of the bill if the stakeholders had been brought in on the bill, and the answer was no. I've seen no evidence this year that it's a collaborative bill designed to provide better patient care. It seems obvious to me, if you grant permission to lower educator standards, you're going to lower education outcomes, as Florida has experienced devastating outcomes. Their NCLEX has gone down, their lawsuits have gone up, and there is a link to that article on the previous speaker's handout. I would also remind my Johnson County colleagues that our crown jewel, Johnson County Community College, is an opponent of this bill. And as somebody who has spent 20+ years in higher education, I stand with them. Thank you in joining me in opposing Senate Bill 334.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carry of the bill stand for a question, please?
Certainly.
I want to circle back on accreditation. You said that this won't have accreditation impacts, and I was wondering if you could explain why. And then I would also like to know who on the committee has gone through accreditation. I mean, who did you hear from accreditation? So, 2 questions. Why won't it impact accreditations? And then who on the committee has dealt with accreditation?
Because we haven't touched accreditation, the Board of Nursing is saying that we're going to lower standards, but it's nothing like what we did with school districts and take out a test and lower the standards for the kids. So this is a practical way and a safe way to get faculty and students. Excuse me, faculty and students into the workforce. So.
And was anybody on the committee work with accreditation or have experience with?
I'm not on the committee, so I
Okay.
can't tell you, so.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. All right, dang it, now I got fined. Colleagues, I'll be quick about this. There are a lot of pros and cons I can say, but I want you to know one thing is that I've gone through 4 post-secondary accreditations, and this will impact both the institutional accreditation and the specialty accreditation. I have successfully got a school accredited with a specialty accreditation, and I've set on the institutional accreditation and help with that. The institutional accreditation is the Higher Learning Commission. Every degree gets blanketed by that. They have to have that in order to be recognized, receive the financial aid, and for the students to be able to have an accredited degree. The specialty accreditation for the School of Nursing is required for them to get jobs in the nursing field and the hospitals and the medical professions. The reason that this impacts is because you are adjusting the level of education needed to teach these programs. Now you have impacted the academic quality of the facility. That is what we have to report on. And if those academic qualities are less than national standards, are less than accreditation standards, then that school will be endangered in be getting provision or losing accreditation. Now, I say this just to inform, not to sway anybody against voting against this bill. I say this to help you understand that this will damage our universities that are accredited now. And if you have any more questions on that, I stand for you to ask me questions later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chair. That's what I meant to say.
I'll answer to all of them.
whoever. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an excellent bill, and here is why. There is no reason that a nurse that is a baccalaureate prepared nurse cannot work in a community college to teach associate level degree nurses. That is an excellent thing to happen. This will be really good for our rural community colleges and our tech programs that are trying to prepare the healthcare field for the next generation to come. The notions that have been made by previous speakers with regards to lowering standards, nursing schools have standards that they have to meet. This bill has nothing to do with lowering those standards. And with regards to previous speakers dealing with accrediting bodies, I have worked with both national accrediting bodies that most nursing schools have, which is ACEN and CCNE. And both of those, when it comes to regards to faculty and the faculty level of training, they follow state law. We also passed a bill last year that deals specifically with accrediting bodies not being able to ding programs because they were following state law. So if this bill were to be passed, there's no nursing school across the state that will be put at risk because they're following state law. So the accreditation argument is null and void. We already have policies there that do that, laws. In our rural areas, we do not have nursing faculty in rural areas that are master's or PhD level trained. And in order to get more nurses in the work field, wouldn't it be a great idea to allow baccalaureate prepared nurses to help teach? Those are your nurses that have been at the bedside the longest. They're going to be the ones that can help those nursing students critically think through really tough situations. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are many issues with the nursing industry in general in this state. Last year, during both the Bethel Committee and the Interim Committee on Contract Nursing, this very recommendation was kicked around. When you look at the pipeline or the three elements of the faculty, the students, and then the workforce, this back up a little bit. One of the things that struck me last summer was if you look at high school graduation rates and you look at the pipeline into nursing schools and those things, there are a couple of things that came out. One, we don't have enough high school graduates to fill the nursing needs in this state. Compounding that problem is nursing faculty to teach those students that we need to get into the field. In both of those committees, in both the Bethel Committee and the Interim Committee on Contract Nursing, this recommendation was part of the solution. It's not a safety issue. We can simply agree, if we don't do anything, we're going to continue to have this problem. This is a way to address this problem because it's not going to get any better if you look at the population trends in this state. This is a common sense solution that will actually help the nursing industry in our state, and I urge you to vote favorably for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Bohai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that when I heard this bill in committee, there was a claim made that we don't have a shortage of those in the nursing profession. Respectfully, I would challenge that. I have the great privilege to visit my grandparents every Sunday morning so we can watch church together at 9 o'clock. I will say from my personal experience that it seems, quite frankly, there is a shortage. Let me be clear, I'm thankful for the care my grandparents receive in an assisted living facility, but I do believe increasing the opportunity for those to enter the profession by allowing the way we have instruction can greatly have an impact on how we have those numbers. We're not changing, as the carrier has said, the testing requirements. We're just allowing more to have access to the opportunity to learn. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Body, it's amazing what one day will do. Yesterday, a representative came up here and sent my bill back to committee in the same situation that we're dealing with here today. And I'm not going to make that motion, but I just wanted to make a point that things happen. But I will tell you, speaking more back on the bill, we do have a nursing shortage in Kansas. End of story. We pay, I think at Larned, we pay $40 million in contract nursing. At our other hospital, Osawatomie, we pay $10 million. We do have, and this is a way to get more nurses in the pipeline. So committee, I urge your support of this bill. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so the coursework does not change. The textbook does not change. The test does not change. Only the teacher changes. Does it really matter who or how the material is delivered or the subject matter is delivered? If you still have to pass the same test and you have to get the same grade, I don't care if you learn it on YouTube. Let's get more nurses out there. And you know what? It might cause some competition. And I know there's people up here that don't want any competition, but it is what it is. More teachers, more students, nursing shortage solved. Thank you.
Body, I'll remind you that heckling isn't permissible on the floor. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Oropeza for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the end of the day, I would prefer a quality, safe nurse who knows what they're doing compared to someone who has not been trained appropriately. We are talking about people's lives. We are talking about bedside nursing. We are talking about you and me. And I want to make sure those people are trained the exact same way that I was trained. Because I can tell you, teachers matter. They matter at every level of education. And we need to ensure we're doing the right thing for the nursing profession as a whole and not just doing a knee-jerk reaction of what's been going on. I do agree, we need to work on this nursing workforce program, our nursing workforce in general, but we need to do it with the stakeholders involved and with those who are experts in the field, and that is the nursing professionals and faculty. We need to train those next generation to take care of us for the next 20 to 30 years. In addition to that, every school that I have heard of is opposed to this across the line. I heard from Representative from Topeka here, and he's heard from everybody that this is just not the bill. I also want to make note of that with accreditation, you are able to transfer your credits in which you have been trained to one day, if you decide not to work in a nursing home or not to work in certain places, you can move on. Why are we pigeonhole Kansans to where they absolutely have to work? Sometimes people don't do a direct line to getting their master's degree or do a direct line to getting even a bachelor's degree. Sometimes they go from being a CNA, a nurse assistant, to an LPN, to working their way through the program, working their way through a nursing profession as they see fit. and what works for their lives. So I really hate for people to be spending money additionally on this and not be able to go on to the next level of care and have that opportunity. Lots of things were said here today. What I can say, I hope this bill does not pass. I feel like it will be very impactful to the health of the state of Kansas on every level, rural and urban. I can also give you my pledge. If this bill is not passed today, and in fact, even if it is, I will personally work on making sure and ensuring that we have some appropriate bills that come next year that have the stakeholders and help us to improve the pipeline and the workforce, especially in the nursing profession, going forward for the state of Kansas. But I really do oppose this bill and I hope you will oppose it with me. And I will keep my word and make sure we have something on the floor next year, even if I'm not reelected. I will be up here lobbying you. Thank you thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Steele for a second time.
Mr. Chair, Body, I apologize for the second time, but I did forget a really important piece of information when I was up here before, and that is how a nursing program educates students. Nurses, we have classroom work, right? We have theory, we go through classes sitting in a classroom, and then we have clinical. And in clinical, we go out to actual healthcare places such as hospitals and long-term care centers and other places. And when those nursing students go into those clinical places and they're taking care of patients, who are they partnered with? Current nurses on the floor. And what degrees do those current nurses have on the floor that are teaching those nursing students? Bachelor's degrees, associate degrees. So these nursing students, when they are actually in the clinical settings going to nursing school, are already learning at the bedside from these baccalaureate prepared nurses. And when nursing students are in their last semester of nursing school and they have to take a practicum, who are they partnered with in their practicum? Baccalaureate prepared nurses. This bill just allows those same baccalaureate prepared nurses to teach in our classroom. So again, I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
There's no further discussion. Representative Wassinger, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that we do have a nursing shortage and the Board of Nursing agrees. We have a nursing shortage for nurses and for faculty. But isn't it amazing that the nursing board, who is under so much scrutiny right now, are the ones that are trying to tank this bill? I'm trying to figure out why.
You'll have to address the body from the well.
When I am here and speaking at this well, I speak as a legislator who was sent here by my constituents. I do not speak at this well for the Kansas State Board of Nursing.
What was
Nobody should be
your
speaking
point of
for
order?
that.
I'm sorry.
Exactly those comments that were made by the carrier of the bill. The point of order is that I do not speak for the Kansas State Board of Nursing, which was implied with those comments.
All right.
And I am currently a board member of the Kansas State Board of, imputing my motives, sorry.
There you go. All right, Representative Wassinger, you may continue to close. Try not to impugn the motives of previous speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And I was not talking about a single person. I was talking about a single board. I would appreciate your vote on this. We need this for Kansas and Kansans. Thank you, colleagues. Please vote yes.
You've heard the motion by Representative Wassinger to report SB 334 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. That was fun. The next item of business is SB 418. For the purpose of carrying SB 418, the chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel, who is ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for pointing that out. I forgot to press my button again. It's the third time today for those keeping track. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted, and you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SB 418, or what we call the HOME Act, addresses Kansas's housing shortage by removing bureaucratic barriers to small residential developments. It limits local control discretion over projects that already comply with existing zoning, sets minimum building standards for starter homes, and creates accountability mechanisms when permitting authorities miss deadlines. Local zoning authority is largely preserved in this. The bill targets process delays and regulatory overreach, not zoning itself. A couple of highlights of what this does is it requires automatic approval of small residential projects. And what we mean by small is under an acre, 12 units or fewer, that already comply with local zoning ordinances. So no planning commission or zoning board sign off needed. It also deems a permit approved if the city doesn't act within 30 days of complete application. It allows cities to opt into third-party planning reviews and inspections when the city misses the 30-day deadline and at no extra cost to the applicant. And this part is important to me. This part is the middle housing that we've been searching for. And it requires all cities to allow low-cost building standards for new single-family homes under 2,000 square feet. Those include going back to the 2018 building codes. The difference between the 2018, 2021, and 2024 building codes, and building codes are updated every 3 years, is really energy efficiency, which is an important piece. You know, we want homes to be energy efficient, but that also drives up cost. And we've seen studies that here in Kansas, that could drive up cost for a new home, $8,000 to $10,000 on a 2,000 square foot or fewer home. So we're going to allow these homes under 2,000 square feet to go back to the 2018 building codes, allow single car garage. We have some communities in Kansas that require multi-car garages. Again, if you're building a 1,600 foot, 2,000 square foot home, why do you need a double garage? Let the market decide. So it will allow single car garages. And square foot lot size minimums at 3,000 square foot. We have some communities in Kansas that require up to 7,000, 7,500 square feet for lot size developments. If you're building a 1,600 square foot, 3-bedroom, 1-bath starter home, why do you need 5,500 square feet of yardage? You don't. That just drives up cost. So on those 2,000 square feet or lower home, you can use 3,000 foot lot size minimums. Again, the setback standards and everything are the same. And there's no requirement to only use 3,000. You can use over 3,000. That's up to the developer. You just can't say that you can only go 4,000, 5,000. You can go down to 3,000. And there was an amendment adopted. We called it the Big Beautiful Balloon Amendment that we adopted in committee. I know the ranking member of Commerce loved that amendment. This amendment was actually negotiated between myself and the local, the Board of Municipalities, or League of Municipalities, I'm sorry, and local governments to get them mostly neutral on this. There were a couple of local governments, including Overland Park, that are actually proponents of this bill. So we did attach that amendment. The League of Municipalities went from opponents to neutral with the attachment of that amendment. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if that was really called for, previous representative, but in any case, I will describe what happened during the process of the bill. There was an amendment that was brought by a member of our caucus that actually helped bring a lot of and you'll see from your bill brief that there were a number of opponents and a number of neutral folks that were listed there. So it brought a lot of the opponents on as neutral. and the neutral folks became proponents. Now, I will continue to oppose this bill for district-specific reasons, so I know that most of you tend to follow my light, but I would urge you not to do that this time and to instead consult your local governments. Thank you.
All right. For an amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment. It's just two drafting errors. I showed somebody on that side did already, but I'll go ahead and turn it in now.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Seeing none, all right. The amendment appears really short. The clerk will read.
I move to amend SB 418 as amended by House Committee on page 1 in line 34 by striking no and inserting any, on page 3 in line 6 after the comma by inserting except.
All right. Would you care to explain the corrections that you made there, Representative?
Yeah, it was pointed out to me by Overland Park, the city of Overland Park, who I negotiated that amendment that the member of the other party on Commerce brought, that there were two drafting errors in the amendment. So it's just two minor word tweak changes, and it was pointed out by, again, the individuals who I was negotiating on the amendment with. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
All right, to speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
I rise in support of this amendment, especially as a resident of Overland Park. It is a good Johnson County amendment, and I'm looking forward to seeing you support it.
There's no further discussion. You may close on your amendment, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure saying it's a good Johnson County amendment helps my cause any, but I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hoheisel to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Now the ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes.
That's a strong anti-Johnson County vote there with the noes. Before I close, or I'm sorry.
I was just going to say exactly that. If there's no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Okay, before I close, I do want to thank a couple people. This is the first step. It's been a long process crafting this bill. I do want to, my ranking member on banking, this is a conversation we've had for a couple years. He's been involved in these conversations. We actually held a committee hearing a couple years ago that really was the nucleus of this idea. So I want to thank him for all his help. I also want to thank Tanner Temple with AFP. They were great to work with negotiating this all throughout. And Senator TJ Rose was great on this as well on the Senate side. So this was really a team effort. Again, this is housing policy without an appropriations that removes government barriers and lets builders build. And, you know, I wanted to call this bill the Build Baby Build bill, but it didn't happen that way. But I think that's a great mantra of what we're trying to do with this. We need to build those middle housing homes, those middle homes. That's what we're missing right now. Again, those starter homes that allow Kansans, young Kansas especially, to invest and start building equity in those homes. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports SB 418 favorable for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hoheisel to report SB 418 favorably as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is SB 260. For the purposes of carrying SB 260, the chair recognizes Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee reports adopted, and you
That was very robust. What this bill does, this actually helps us kind of accompany, or rather maybe enhance the ABLE savings accounts that the administration had enacted. It has our state register of vital statistics provide our state treasurer with information on babies that are born in Kansas, so they can send out information talking about the new savings accounts and sending out information on what they are, how to access them, and how to take advantage of those. The type of information that they're going to ask for is pretty simple. It's going to be the child that was born, their name, and then the name and address of a parent or legal guardian of the kid, and that's about it. But with that, I'll stand for questions.
All right, does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a great job explaining it. I know that there was a little concern on my side of the aisle this morning when we were discussing this in agenda. I do support this legislation. It's up to you whether or not you support it, but I do want to remind you that Kansas Action for Children also supported this, and I think that it's a good way to get information out to parents about how they can start saving for their kiddos when they're younger. I do understand that this is part of the Trump savings plan or whatever, but just because his name's on it doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. I can't believe I said that out loud. But all the same, I still really think that this is a good bill. Please support it and don't hurt me for saying what I just said.
It's on YouTube forever. Seeing no further discussion, Representative Kessler, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises report, we report House substitute for Senate Bill 260 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion to report Senate Bill 260, the House substitute thereof, favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is SB 356. For the purposes of carrying SB 356, the chair recognizes Representative Schmoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report's adopted, and you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, you'll remember this. It was our HB 2501. This is the FFL hold harmless from civil liability when someone voluntarily surrenders their firearms for a hold. We got some, well, like I said, we had some amendments that put it back to what our bill language was, and it made the bill better. And with that, I will stand for questions.
All right. Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. This is a great bill. The carrier did a great job of explaining it. Please support this legislation. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, Representative Schmoy, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, body, for supporting this legislation. This will actually save lives. I appreciate the committee's work on this. Thank you, body, for supporting. With that, I move that when we rise to report, we report Senate Bill 356 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Schmoy to report SB 356 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is SB 364. And for the purposes of carrying SB 364, the chair recognizes Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments, and I move for the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you. 364 does a couple of things. First of all, it offers a senior lifetime combination license for seniors 65 years and older for $40. Second, it offers a Kansas Kids Lifetime Combination Hunting and Fishing License, 5 years and younger, not to exceed $300, ages 6 to 15, not to exceed $400. Um, Both these seniors and the youth license requires to be an applicant and a resident of Kansas. And we've removed the sunset clauses on these two licenses so they don't get in trouble like they did last time. I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes. Well, let's see, we're out of order here. I think it's Representative Meyer who's next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier did an excellent job of explaining the bill. I would encourage you to support it if you so choose to. Thank you.
All right, for further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. It's a good bill. I'm not going to say if you so choose to. I'm going to ask you to support this bill 100%. So thank you.
There's no further discussion. Representative Corbett, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 364 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Corbett to report SB 364 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is SB 391. For the purpose of carrying SB 391, the chair recognizes Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
There you go. You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee reports adopted, and you may continue.
Senate Bill 391 prohibits Kansas cities and counties from restricting landlords' discretion to deny tenants based on housing assistance, eviction history, or criminal record. It also allows local governments to ban discrimination against tenants receiving Veterans Affairs. The bill protects landlords' ability to choose tenants based on certain factors, and at the same time, it makes sure veterans receiving benefits can't be discriminated against. There were multiple proponents and opponents and one neutral. With that, I will stand for questions.
All right. Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. This is not a bill I like whatsoever. So there are a lot of issues with this, and we had a pretty robust discussion in committee about it. You know, the issue I find is the biggest one with this is that we are going to basically, we are attacking one community that created an ordinance, which was Lawrence and Douglas County. And they created an ordinance, which a speaker after me will definitely go into more detail about, that protects people's ability to use multiple sources of income in order to pay their rent. This affects individuals who have experienced domestic violence, sexual assault, who are receiving Section 8 vouchers and things like that. This also flies in the face of local control. We need to make sure that cities across the state are able to adopt ordinances that address their unique housing needs and not put a blanket, no, you can't do this across the state. What happens in Lawrence and Overland Park and Wichita is vastly different than what happens in smaller communities. So by doing this and by voting yes on this legislation, what you would essentially be doing is saying, hey, I know more about your community than you do. And we need to make sure that we aren't doing that. We shouldn't be, you know, just passing blanket legislation telling cities what they can and can't do to address their unique housing needs when we are in a housing affordability and accessibility crisis. So I'll stop there, might come up later, but please do not vote for this legislation. It is really terrible. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Mosley.
Hi, would the carrier of the bill please stand for questions? Hi, how are you doing?
Good.
It's unfortunate that you are carrying this bill. So this bill covers, will protect people who are victims of domestic violence, receiving rental assistance, seniors on Social Security on this are disabilities, students who are using stipends, workers who are who receive tip wages, and then union members on strike. So which one of these groups don't deserve housing?
I think everybody deserves housing.
Okay, thank you for that. And then also, can you, it might be a question for the revisor, is this retroactive? So as someone who is currently receiving a voucher, could they be kicked out of their housing with this bill?
Not retroactive.
It's not retroactive? Okay, well, thank you very much. Well, here we are again. So I just want to give some numbers. So Kansas has a deficit of 48,159 extremely low income housing. So that means that for everyone who needs, out of all the Kansans who need low income housing, we do not meet them. So 48,159 low income housing units. Low income is roughly $30,000 or is roughly $30,000 or $2,500 a month to pre-tax for a family of four. The average rent in Kansas is $1,295. That's over 50% of pre-tax income. 1 in 5 Kansans with at least one child in their household makes around $30,000 or $25,000, $2,500 a month. I really dare anyone to argue that even with someone with one child making $2,500 a month, if that's enough. Kansas has an affordable housing crisis that this body has not addressed. Kansas has a living wage crisis that this body has not addressed. Every community has the right to address their individual needs. In Hayes, Kansas, the average rent is actually over $1,900. I, as someone who lives in Lawrence, has no business, nor do I have the desire to dictate how that community solves their housing crisis. The only thing that I care about is that people get housed. We spent a lot of times talking about the cell phone ban affecting kids' anxiety, and we want kids to be doing better. But you know what affects kids' anxiety? Not knowing where they're going to live, not knowing if they're going to have housing. That impacts a child's anxiety. That also impacts their educational outcomes. Another thing is the ordinance in Lawrence, Kansas, because this is just an anti-Lawrence bill. I know all you guys hate Lawrence because we care about people. But the ordinance in Lawrence did not dictate that someone had to take Section 8 vouchers. The only requirement that the Lawrence ordinance does, which is for every landlord, is that they had to register with the city as a landlord, which I'm pretty sure most of your communities had. And if they did take vouchers, that the sole reason to decline someone it could not be the voucher. You could use a background check, you could use credit checks, you could use all those things, but it said that the sole reason is that you could not deny someone because they were getting a voucher. These vouchers help people who are survivors of domestic violence. These vouchers help people who are on fixed income. We have a fixed income problem with our seniors. The fastest growing demographic for people who are finding themselves unhoused are people above the age of 55. People are finding out that they have more life than they have retirement. They might find themselves on a voucher. And now we are basically mandating that the state is going to make it where if their community is looking at a whole bunch of old seniors who are living on the street and they say, hey, they have vouchers, that they can't close the gap with this one tool. I'm sorry if I'm annoying my friend with his ears covered. That one tool that we cannot use is going to be source of income. Source of income has been passed in multiple states, including the progressive state of Oklahoma, the progressive state of Utah. People are recognizing that we have a housing crisis nationwide. This is only one tool. We do a lot of things to protect landlords. We do a lot of things to protect a bunch of people who are already the haves in this society. We do very little for the least amongst us in our society. I find it very tragic and very unfortunate that a high-income individual is carrying this bill on the floor telling poor people that they cannot have housing or we cannot have policy. Sorry, that might be impugning your motives. I apologize for that, actually. That was not necessary. You're just carrying the bill. it is very disappointing that once again, that we are talking about poor individuals not deserving housing, poor individuals who actually take the time to get a voucher. It is very difficult to get these vouchers. The things that people have to do to get help in the state. I encourage everyone to go with someone who has to go to a housing department to get the help that they need, because it is actually one of the most dehumanizing experiences that someone's going to experience, because they have to basically say that I am worth being helped, that I am worth being helped, that I am someone who needs help. It is very dehumanizing to talk about your life experiences. It is very dehumanizing to basically beg some bureaucrat in an office to say, hey, can I have a little bit of help? And that's what Lawrence did. Lawrence said, we have a bunch of people living on the street. We have a bunch of people who have vouchers, and that we have landlords who didn't want to take the vouchers, or the landlords who were taking Section 8, but finding reasons to take in Section 8, very happy to take federal dollars, but for some reason didn't want to house certain people. But the ordinance in Lawrence did not force landlords to take the vouchers unless they signed up to take the vouchers. There was nothing in there. I've talked to the city multiple times. The realtors misrepresented what the city of Lawrence's ordinance did. In fact, they could not name one individual landlord who left the city fleeing because of the fact, and I've asked them twice because we had more than one hearing on this, they couldn't name one landlord who fled the city because of this oppressive ordinance. They couldn't name anybody who was harmed by it. They're just upset. They went through multiple court cases. We've had 2 local elections since the ordinance has been passed. This was passed 3 years ago. And the sky hasn't fell. But what we're going to do is very harmful for your individual communities when you guys find yourselves in a housing crisis, especially if you're in a major metropolitan area. What you're going to do is get rid of one tool in your toolkit that allows you to help out individuals who are suffering and people who are struggling. And I find it very disappointing. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Lewis.
Good morning, body, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition of the bill, but for completely different reasons than the previous speaker. Look, Lawrence is crazy. And if they want to be crazy, I don't know why we should stop them from that. Okay? The landlords that brought this bill want us to protect them from the political craziness in Lawrence. When they invested in Lawrence and stayed there, they agreed to take on that political risk. It's a moral hazard, if you would, of their decision, investment decision. And I don't see any reason that this body should protect them from that decision that they've made and the decision they've continued to make. My district is open for business, and I would encourage them to invest in counties that don't hamstring them in trying to do their business. I therefore rise in opposition to the bill.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Mosley for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it very disappointing that my colleague from Southwest Kansas got up here and said Lawrence is crazy. What I find crazy is that someone would support ICE when they live in a majority area, but I'm not going to talk about that. I find it very disappointing that someone who has rents that average $600 in this area, a very affordable place to live, would try to dictate what anyone has to say and call it crazy that we want to house people in my city. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I found this a really fascinating conversation to be having, considering we've spent so much of this session talking about women's safety. We acknowledge that domestic violence survivors will be negatively impacted by SB 391. This is a well-documented area of research, the relationship between housing stability and accessibility, and the ability to leave a violent, abusive relationship. Housing instability is one of the main contributors to women and men victims of domestic violence not leaving their situation. I have 2 questions for the carrier of the bill. Hello. Thank you, Representative from Sedgwick County. Is government assistance considered legal income?
Yes.
I'm struggling to understand what is so different about this form of payment that should exclude it from being used.
I think that came up in the committee, and I think as a landlord, you have rights to rent to who you want to rent. And what came up as well is if they accepted multiple payments, the amount of work on their end that would, if they were reconciling 2 or 3 times a month versus 1 paycheck a month or, 1 rent payment a month.
Thank you. I do have one more question. Home rule has come up in this conversation. It's not just a principle, it's literally in the Kansas Constitution. I'm struggling to understand how SB 391 does not violate that provision of the Constitution.
I would say it's a uniform law across the state and does not pertain to this.
Okay, thank you. My opposition to SB 391 remains very much. If we're going to be serious as a body about women's safety and not use it as a political tool, this is a really easy piece of legislation to oppose and say that you support domestic violence survivors having a reliable and safe avenue out. Cutting them off from this funding in the realm of finding housing does not help anyone in Kansas but landlords. We just heard from the carrier of the bill that the reason this would not be accepted is simply it's burdensome to the landlord. You know what else is burdensome is being a survivor of domestic violence and trying to find a place to live. And I believe our duty as lawmakers here is not to support the convenience of landlords, but to stand up for vulnerable Kansans who desperately need our support. We talk about how nobody can afford anything these days. Housing is top of the list. It's hard for all of us standing here. Why would it be any easier for the laundry list of people that will be excluded? Please oppose SB 391 and live out the values that we claim to espouse here.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Weichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise both in strong opposition to this bill and in response to the comments of my colleague from Garden City. I've heard a lot of things at this well in the past 2 years that I've been here, but that was one of the worst, I think. And I would hope that we can all agree that we come from communities across the state. All those communities are a little bit different and they all bring valuable perspectives. But to stand up here and call my community crazy because we believe that people should be housed and we believe that income is income regardless of whether it comes from one source or another, I can think of a word for that. But I urge you to strongly oppose this bill, and I really request that you respect the fact that we are living in different places. I'm not trying to tell you what to do with your housing in your community, so please don't tell us what we should be doing with ours. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe my colleagues have said just about all that needs to be said. However, I do take personal offense when people come to this well and they say things that simply aren't true. So let's be clear about one thing. In this country, no, you do not have the right to rent to whoever it is that you want to. There's something called the Fair Housing Act. and it states that you do not have that right. You cannot discriminate. I just thought I would make that point very clear, seeing as that how we are legislators, and we should certainly know the laws that are in our Constitution. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, Lawrence, Kansas is actually an outstanding place to live. You know, we have the University of Kansas, we have Hallmark. I would simply say it's a wonderful place to live. I was sitting in my seat, really minding my own business, when somebody got into my business. And my business is Lawrence, Kansas. That's where I live. That's where, you know, my husband and I live. My child went to school there. So, you know, any one of you would have jumped up here had somebody talked about where you're from. I mean, that's a given. If you didn't, you would have sent somebody up there on your behalf. So I'm simply saying, let's just get it straight. We're really a cool place and everything else. The only thing I really want to say besides that is that we talk a lot about local control. And I think all of us would like to think that we can take care of where we live in our city, in our town, and not have someone else tell us what we have to do. We have a city commission, we have a county commission. They take the heat even from the people in Lawrence in decisions that they make. But nevertheless, we live there and we fight among ourselves and we work it out. So I would say to you, please think in terms of local control. We all like to make sure we're taking care of where we live and the business we have, and we don't mind fighting. It's like fighting with your family. I will fight with my family and friends, but I don't want you fighting with my family and friends. So I'd say, keep in mind, this is local control. There is a fair housing law, which you just heard about as previously. That's all I really want to say. Like, stay out of our business. We're taking care of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Coach Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't think any landlord would not take a voucher or take help from any good renter. I really don't. They want to rent their houses. They want to get their money. And if they're a good renter, they'll take vouchers or anything else. On the other hand, I've seen houses destroyed. I mean, just destroyed. And when they move to the next house, I wouldn't take their voucher. I wouldn't want them. I wouldn't want any part of them. So I think, you know, I'm going to vote yes on this bill. But like I say, landlords would take money if the opportunity was right. But they're going to check resources and find out whether they want that person in that house or not. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As somebody who has been a member of the governing body in the city of Lawrence and a member of the governing body in Douglas County, I got to tell you something. I'm very proud of the community in the county that I was born and raised in and continue to live in today. I am somebody who sat on those boards and was a part of it. And I got to tell you one thing. There was a lot of legislation that was sent from this body in this building that we had to deal with on a regular basis, and not a whole lot of it was very good. We figured out ways to deal with it, but I tell you what, it was of a great cost to the community. A lot of times, you had to bite your tongue about how this stuff could be coming down and telling our communities how to do it. Local control is such an important part of government. It is an important part of government. I can't say that enough. We deal with the legislation as it comes down, and we make sure that we follow the law. But a lot of those times, we've got to just kind of make it happen. And again, it's a cost. You know, Lawrence, Kansas residents are very proud of their community and the work that they do. They are proud of the debates that we had, as was said earlier. And I tell you, I have been in the middle of a number of them that have been one way or another, things that I've agreed with and things that I haven't. But the fact is that the people in our community, they work things out. They figure out a way to work things out. And we should always make sure that that happens and that we respect the local control that is due each and every community that we have and each and every county that we have, and make sure that we tread very lightly on legislation that we pass that won't affect that local control. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not going to get up here again because my colleagues from Lawrence, Kansas really explained their perspective pretty well. But what I will not do is stand for individuals getting up here and denigrating people who need assistance. You know, I've shared a couple of my stories in the past. Something you might not know, though, is that I have had to use a voucher in order to get housing before. And I am not a filthy, dirty individual who will destroy my rental property. And I will tell you this now. Poor people are not filthy, dirty individuals who are going to destroy rental properties. That is an absolute ridiculous assumption. Assuming that people who need assistance to escape domestic violence, to escape sexual assault, to escape situations that they are stuck in is absolutely ridiculous. And I will not allow my colleagues to sit up here and denigrate and talk crap on people who are just trying to get by. We will not do this. Okay, if you don't like this bill, if you support landlords, fine. But do not come up here and say that people who need assistance to escape situations that they have no control over are filthy and dirty and destroy properties. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to sit now.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't live in Lawrence, but I have a daughter who lives there and is a practicing physician. And what I would say to you today is that on many of the committees that I have sat on, whether it be agriculture, whether it be whatever committee, energy, utilities, any of those, what I have always heard from members of that committee is, don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what I can grow. Don't tell me how to live my life. This is about local control. And I can tell you that most of you have been at this well and spoken about local control in your committee, in your community. And the reason for that is because it's where you live. And I don't believe in most cases you want the legislature coming in and telling you what you can and can't do with your community. At that point, we are overstepping our legislative responsibilities. This is about one community who has taken care of their people. And when you come to the well and you ask for something in your city, whether it be a cemetery right, whether it be a road named after somebody, whether it be a problem that you're having with your library, You're asking for that specifically, but we are not affecting anybody else when we do that. Stop and think. Do you want us telling you what to do in your community? Our demographics are all different. Our needs are all different. And when we start expanding and telling you what you're going to do without a need for that, we are encroaching. We are overstepping. It's time to stop doing that. Please vote against this bill.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Schmoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the carrier. I noticed that this says that we are not going to require landlords to do this. So does that mean that this is optional, that they can still opt in to doing everything that they are currently doing?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Poskett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just my once or twice a session reminder that I was a Republican for 35 years. And one of the most important tenets to me is that local control. And just wanted to remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that on January 31st of 2026, the GOP adopted its new platform and still has these words: local control should be preferred and considered when enacting laws and regulations. State government units should not interfere with local, more efficient and responsive solutions from the newly adopted GOP platform. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's no further discussion. Representative Ward, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, they report Senate Bill 391 favorably for passage as amended.
I don't believe there was an amendment on the floor.
It was, okay.
There we go. You've heard the motion by Representative Ward to report SB 391 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. This concludes general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Mr. Chair, move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion to rise and report. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, neither were very enthusiastic. The ayes have it. The motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends that SB 55, 334 be passed, SB 51, 375, 232, 380, 418, 260, 356, 364, 391 be passed as amended, SB 448, 327 be passed over and retained a place on the calendar.
Speaker recognizes Representative Sutton to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the body, I move approval of the committee report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Reports of standing committee, the clerk will read.
The Committee on Education recommends SB 263 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as House substitute for Senate Bill number 263 as follows: an act concerning schools, and the substitute bill be passed.
Are there any announcements? Representative Turner.
Yep. So you know what I'm going to say because you got the email, but those on tax committee, we will be meeting upon recess in the old Supreme Court room, and there's, I think the majority leader will talk about lunches, but grab a lunch and come in for a discussion. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we have some new information we need to discuss about tax. So we will be having agenda meeting at 1:15, 152 South, 1:15. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Education, we will have a quick meeting at the rail to approve the minutes of the previous meeting that were emailed to you. Thank you.
Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Okay, real quick for everybody. Republicans, we will calendar at 12:30 in the old Supreme Court. For everybody, there's food out there in front of the old Supreme Court. We got enough for everybody. If you will, let the tax committee go first so they can get already in their committee meeting and start working. Yeah, there's a cheer from over there. All right, so again, 12:30, Republicans, you will calendar in the old Supreme Court. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House stay in a recess until 1:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. We are recessed. You can't walk down the center aisle. The House will be in order. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bill 415, Senate Bill 513. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2605 and has appointed Senators Peterson, Klemp, and Corson as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2250 and has appointed Senators Gossage, Clifford, and Holster as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2413 and has appointed Senators Warren, Titus, and Corson as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2652 and has appointed Senators Warren, Titus, and Corson as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for the conference on HB 2507 and has appointed Senators Peck, Alley, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2568 and has appointed Senators Peck, Alley, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. Announcing passage of House Bill 2323 is amended, HB 2412 is amended, HB 2579 is amended, HB 2647 is amended, HB 2737 is amended, HB 2763 is amended, announcing passage of House Bill 2393, House Bill 2702. Senate Bill number 513 by Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning child care subsidy. Senate Bill number 415 by Senator Shane, an act concerning the Residential Landlord and Tenant Act.
Will be just a minute. Oh. Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself for the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of general orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Speaker appoints Representative Waymaster to chair the Committee of the Whole.
All right, good afternoon. The first item we have this afternoon is Senate Bill 390. And for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 390, the chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, and I'm going to include two of these, I move that House substitute for Senate Bill 390 and Senate Bill 407 appearing under the order of business, general orders be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. All right, the next item of business is Senate Bill 425. On the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 425, the chair recognizes Representative Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no amendments. So this Bill SB 425 increases the maximum annual registration fee limit for seed retailers and wholesalers and authorizing a late fee for registrations renewed after the registration deadline. The proponents were the Kansas Department of Agriculture. There were no opponents and no neutrals. Currently, the Kansas C law annual registration fee is $300 for wholesalers and $30 for retailers. These fees were established in 1991 and are currently set in regulation at $250 and $30 respectively. I believe KDA has done a great job since 1991, not asking for any type of fee increase. The fiscal note on SB 425 would amend current law to increase the registration fee for each seed wholesaler for a maximum of $300 to $400 and an increase in the registration fee for each seed retailer from a maximum of $30 to $50. The bill would require each wholesaler or retailer that was previously registered to pay a late fee of $25 if the registration is renewed after September 1st, but before October 1st, and a late fee of $50 if the registration is renewed after October 1st. This would result in $53,085 in additional fees, and those fees would be estimated to be added to the fee fund. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
All right, does any member wish to speak to Senate Bill 425? The chair recognizes Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My good friend from the row behind me did an excellent job explaining the bill. This is a needed, although reluctantly asked for, increase, and it guarantees that our agricultural producers that the seed germination guarantee is valid. So this is a consumer protection bill.
All right, anybody else that wishes to speak to Senate Bill 425? Seeing none, Representative Roth, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises to report that the report SB 425 favorable for passage.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Roth to report Senate Bill 425 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Again, amendments. Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move Senate Bill 426 and SCR 1603 appearing under the order of business, general orders be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. All right, the next item of business we have is House Bill 2036. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2036, the chair recognizes Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to present House Bill 2036. This comes from the Committee on Taxation.
Representative Butler, there was a committee report.
Say again? There were amendments.
Yeah, there was a committee report.
Yes, there were amendments. I move the committee report.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Now you may continue.
HB 2036 would allow the amounts received as compensation for serving in the armed forces to be subtracted from income for Kansas income tax purposes beginning the year 2027. The income tax reduction would be limited to the compensation equal to a senior enlisted member of the armed forces as set by the Department of Defense for tax years and for the tax year, and would apply to persons serving in uniform member of any branch of the U.S. Armed Forces, active duty, reserve, and active duty National Guard thereof. Compensation is defined as all pay, bonuses, reimbursements, and compensation for services in the armed forces. The proponents of this bill stated the bill would make Kansas a more desirable state for members of the military to make their state of residency, and that much of the income that would otherwise be subject to this exemption is already not taxed in Kansas due to federal law. Several of them, if they deploy, the income becomes non-taxable as well. Kansas has always taken pride in the men and women who volunteer to defend our nation. Providing a state income tax exemption on active duty military pay is a meaningful way to demonstrate that appreciation. Service members often have the option to claim residency in another state while stationed across the country or around the world. I experienced that personally. Upon graduation from Wichita State in 1989 and graduating from ROTC there, I was commissioned a young lieutenant, went to San Antonio, Texas. Within the first week of being in San Antonio, Texas, I learned about the Service Members Civil Relief Act, which allowed me to make my residency in the state of Texas, not paying state taxes while I was in the military. Upon retirement, coming back to Kansas, I made my residency here and began paying state taxes then. If Kansas exempts active duty military pay from state income tax, it encourages service members to maintain Kansas as their legal residency. Maintaining residency keeps them connected to Kansas communities and civic life, including the ability to vote absentee from anywhere around the world. Again, while I was on active duty and deployed and also serving in Korea, I was able to vote absentee while I was there. The policy also increases the likelihood that these service members will return to Kansas after their military careers. Veterans bring leadership experience, technical skills, and federal retirement income. They buy homes, start businesses, raise families, and strengthen our local communities. Supporting our service members in this way also reinforces Kansas' reputation as a military-friendly state. That reputation benefits installations such as Fort Riley, Kansas, Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, McConnell Air Force Base, Kansas, and helps sustain the defense-related jobs and economic activity tied to those facilities. While the policy may reduce a modest amount of state income tax revenue in the short term, the long-term benefits, retaining residents, attracting veterans, and strengthening our military community can more than offset the loss through economic growth and population stability. In short, exempting active duty military pay from Kansas income tax helps keep Kansas residents connected to their home state, encourages veterans to return after the service, supports our military installation, allows service members to vote absentee in the state of Kansas, and demonstrates genuine appreciation for those who care. The fiscal note for this was reduced because it's only for active duty military service members and active duty National Guard and reserve members, not your active or your reserve members or a National Guard who do 1 week in a month or the 2 weeks out of the year. And with that, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
I move to amend House Bill 2036 as amended by House Committee on page 12 in line 3 by striking 2025 and inserting 2026.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but Representative Butler, do you want to explain your amendment?
It just changes the taxable years beginning December, after December 31, 2026. So it'll begin in January of next year is what it is. So, Mr. Chair, with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
All right, is there any discussion in regards to the Butler amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a thorough job explaining it, and I rise in support of it.
The amendment?
Yes, the amendment.
The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael. Representative Carmichael, are you on the amendment or the bill?
Well, that's what I was getting ready to ask.
All right. All right. Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? All right, seeing none, Representative Butler, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close on the amendment.
Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. Motion passes. Now we're back on the bill. Representative Sawyer. Chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
I also rise in support of the bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the carrier of the bill stand for a few questions, please?
You, Representative Carmichael, yes.
Okay, we don't say each other's name.
Oh, that's, I'm sorry, my good colleague.
Yes, my friend. I'm not very familiar with the legislation, so bear with me. It looks to me like the operative language in this bill, best I can tell, is really on the back page at page 12.
Page 12, that's correct.
Okay. And you have explained to us that these active duty military people, because of this bill, would be able to register to vote in Kansas, or does that come from somewhere else?
No, that's correct, because they would maintain the residency if they moved outside based on military transfers. Because their residency in the state of Kansas, they would they'd be able to vote here in the state of Kansas.
So where is it in the law, or at least in this bill, that it says you can establish residency in Kansas and therefore vote in Kansas, even though you are not in Kansas?
So when they come to Kansas, when they live here, or they're a resident before they go on to active duty service, they're a resident. If they PCS here or have a permanent change of station here, and they live here under the Service Member Civil Relief Act, they can then apply for residency here and maintain the residency here permanently from the time they're on.
Okay, and that is not actually from this bill. That's in the service members, or what we used to call the Soldiers and Sailors Relief Act.
That's correct.
So the bill does not allow for active duty service members in and of itself to establish residency. That's a function of federal law.
Federal law allows that, yes. Thank you.
And I'm way out of my field here, but does the federal law allow an active duty service member to establish residency in a state with whom he or she has no contact?
The answer would be yes, because of the Service Members Act. So I went to San Antonio. I didn't live there for the rest of my career. I was only there for a short time to establish my residency there and then left.
But when you were an active duty military member, I take it you were stationed in the San Antonio area for a period of time.
A short period of time, yes.
And during that period of time, you were able to establish residency, which then carried through with you for as long as you were active duty soldier or sailor or Marine. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Soldier.
I see the big red one. I know the answer. Okay. Okay, but so this bill isn't what lets you establish residency in Kansas.
Correct.
That's already the federal law.
That's correct.
And it requires that you can't just pick a random state somewhere. I think it has to be one where you have been stationed or where you live or some connection to the
There's a connection generally when you arrive into that state. So if I move to Kentucky and I lived in Tennessee, I could do that there. If I lived in Florida, I could do it there. I could change it to that. So there has to be a little bit of a tie there, but not,
Okay.
it doesn't take much.
Okay. Now let me address the
All
bill
right,
briefly.
thank you.
And by the way, I do appreciate the representative clearing up my misunderstanding, because from what I had heard, it sounded like active duty service members could just pick a state, pick a district, declare it as their residency somehow under this bill, and then vote absentee. But that I don't believe is what this bill does. Rather, the federal law says if you have a contact with that state, you are from there or you're stationed there, you can establish residency. And if I get it wrong, wave your hand at me. But you can establish residency where you have that contact, and you can continue that residency throughout your term of military service. Okay. I was afraid that, heaven forbid, Texans would establish residency in my district and vote absentee, in which case I would have little chance of reelection, Mr. Chair. My constituents are smarter than Texans.
Any further discussion on House Bill 2036? Seeing none, Representative Butler, you may close.
Body, I'd ask you to please join me today in passing this bill, improving this income tax, or providing this income tax reduction for our active duty service members. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, it reports House Bill 2036 favorably for passage.
As amended.
As amended, I'm sorry, yes.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Butler to report House Bill 2036 favorably as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. The next item of business we have is House Bill 2773. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2773, the chair recognizes Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments.
Then just proceed.
All right. Okay, body, this bill will allow our large Kansas alcoholic liquor manufacturers to pay less income tax by not having to factor in their payroll and their property when determining their Kansas taxable income. So these large alcohol manufacturers would instead multiply their business income by a single sales factor. So to qualify for this favorable treatment, the manufacturer must have two qualifications: own or rent more than $5 million in Kansas property and pay more than $2 million in total Kansas payroll. Alcohol manufacturers meeting both of these criteria could move to the single sales factor beginning January 1 of 27. This benefits the in-state companies by allowing those with significant investment and payroll in the state to use the single sales factor calculation. Those that don't meet those requirements would continue under the three-factor apportionment, which considers both sales as well as property and payroll. So with that, I'm sorry, the fiscal note, the DOR was not able to calculate it because they believe that there would be fewer than 5 companies impacted. And when they have that small of a data set, they don't give out numbers because then you can track them backwards. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Is there any member that desires to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the bill. As I recall from the conferee testimony, I think the fiscal note may be just a little over $1 million, somewhere in that range. So it's not really huge.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Turner, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it reports HB 2773 favorable for passage.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Turner to report House Bill 2773 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business we have is Senate Bill 434. And for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 434, the chair recognizes Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 434, there were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue, Representative Butler.
Senate Bill 434 establishes the Veterans Valor Property Tax Relief. This bill provides a refundable income tax credit commencing in the year 2026 in the amount equal to 50% of the amount of property tax actually and timely paid by the taxpayer who is deemed permanently and totally disabled or unemployable. The Veterans Valor Property Relief Act would be part of the Homestead Property Tax Refund Act, except that the income and appraised valuation limitations would not apply. This bill also repeals the state tax exemption for purchases made by certain qualifying military veterans. This bill would go into effect, the sales tax exemption would go into effect July 1st of this year. That bill is repealed, and this bill would go in place of that bill. This bill, 434, if you remember, I believe 2 or 3 years ago, we had a bill that came to the floor for property tax relief for veterans. That passed this floor 123-1, went to the Senate and made its way to the governor. The governor vetoed that bill because there was another bill that was attached to it. And by then we could not override the veto with that bill that was passed. So over the years, there's been a lot of work done on this by my representative friend from Leavenworth, and then also just within the tax committee. We amended the bill last year to take it from 75% to 50% for 100% disabled veterans, permanently and total disabled veterans, and the unemployable. This year, we amended that bill again to remove totally disabled veterans from the bill. So now the bill only will contain permanently and totally disabled veterans and unemployable veterans. That reduces the fiscal note quite a bit. And so we're looking now with a fiscal note effective for 2026, about 7,500, down originally from 11,200, and then 27 would be about a little bit more than that, just based on the fact that we're only looking at 50% of those who are 50% for those who are 100% totally disabled. There are 3 categories for understanding the 100% disability or unemployable. Those 3 categories are the totally disabled, permanently and totally disabled, and unemployable. The totally disabled is the one that's that first group that we took out. Those are service members who have gotten out, have 100% disability, and then they can go to work. And so we did remove that group from this bill. So now it's just the permanent, totally, or unemployable veterans that are covered with the bill. Why is this bill important? Veterans are leaving Kansas in far greater numbers than they're staying here. Fort Riley has about 2,000 service members leave the service every year. The majority of those leave the community and go elsewhere. And when they get out, they've gone through the VA program, they've gone through the system, and have received their disability. If they have 100% disability and can stay in a state that's going to provide them some kind of tax incentive, there's a greater probability that they will stay there. These veterans are well trained. They're committed to organizations where they work. And so we want to do what we can to keep them in the state of Kansas and their families. Even though that those that are covered by this bill are just the permanent and totally disabled or unemployable, their family members are working with them and generally have the same kind of work ethic and would be great employees for our communities. And so today I'd ask you to please join me in passing this bill and providing this for our veterans who meet the retirement and tax relief that they have earned. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Is there any member that desires to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the leadership for allowing this bill to come to the floor. I want to thank the tax chair for continuing to work on this after we got it all the way across the finish line and then it got vetoed a couple of years ago. When I came up here to Topeka it wasn't to work on elections. I know that's what you usually hear me talking about here, but what brought me to Topeka was trying to bring Leavenworth back. Our town is depopulating. We're in the bottom 13 in the state for population growth. We have negative population growth because our property taxes, we have the unfortunate distinction of being the county with #1 with the highest rising property taxes in the state of Kansas. And it's depopulating my town. Everybody can move right across the river to Missouri where the property taxes are lower and still be close to family and friends or jobs or whatever. So that's what caused me to pursue this policy. There are 3,000 veterans that separate in the state of Kansas every year, and the vast majority of them go to Texas, Florida, Nevada, Illinois, Alaska, because all those states have exemptions for property tax for disabled veterans. Meanwhile, we have 60,000 unfilled jobs in the state of Kansas. So this bill is not just about Leavenworth. This bill is about all the places that you represent too, because we want to hang on to those veterans. The current state of the bill, the veterans that we're retaining with this incentive are not employable, but they have working age spouses that are employable. They have kids that will go to our schools, go to our universities, and hopefully stay in our state. I don't want to stand up here and do public math, but if you got 60,000 unfilled jobs and you're able to hang on to 3,000 veterans a year and you multiply that by their spouses, their kids, we can solve this 60,000 problem pretty darn quickly if we can retain these veterans. Whether we understand it or not, we're in a competition with all the other states in the country for this talent. And I urge you to support this bill so we can keep these veterans in this state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion on Senate Bill 434, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I rise in support of the bill. I think the carrier did a pretty thorough job explaining everything. I don't remember if he talked about the fiscal note, but we did amend the bill into committee to reduce the fiscal note. So now I think it's down to about 7 million the first year, and we'll go up a little bit each year thereafter. I do rise in support of the bill.
The chair recognizes Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too stand in strong support of Senate Bill 434. We've been working on trying to deliver property tax relief for our disabled veterans for years. We've right-sized and fixed the relief mechanism in this bill. Let's get this done and then encourage our Senate colleagues to vote this out clean of their chamber and get it to the governor's desk. We need to stop using our disabled veterans as pawns to pass terrible property tax bills like the dark store theory and the Genesis bills that shift property tax burdens to residential. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also stand in support of this bill. But I tell you what would even matter even more to our military veterans, especially our disabled veterans. That is passing medical marijuana. And you want to talk about what we're competing with? We're not we have states almost all around us now who all have medical marijuana. We're not competing with those states because veterans are going there for the much needed medical marijuana that would help treat many of the disorders that they have, so that they're not being hooked on opiates. It is much better for them to be able to get medical marijuana. So that is something we should really be considering. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes, oh, she took her light off. Okay. Is there any further discussion in regards to Senate Bill 434? Seeing none, Representative Butler, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your support of this bill. Military service is hard on bodies, and many are injured in the line of duty, leaving them disabled and unemployed. This bill acknowledges that fact and provides tax relief to help them to make ends meet. So, Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 434 favorably for passage.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Butler to report Senate Bill 434 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. The next item of business we have is Senate Bill 459. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 459, the chair recognizes Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, body. Senate Bill 459 concerns the Prisoner Review Board.
Representative, there was a committee report.
There were amendments, and I move the adoption of the committee report.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Now you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 459 pertains to the Prisoner Review Board. It's the board that determines parole determinations and also makes determinations about revoking supervised release, conditional release, and so forth. The genesis for this bill was this summer when the current Prisoner Review Board granted parole to one Nels, who had execution-style murdered Officer O'Brien, a young highway patrol officer who was simply doing his job and issuing traffic tickets one early morning. And Mr. Nels was convicted of murder, but has over the last several years been eligible for parole. And this summer, the parole board or the Prisoner Review Board gave him parole. There was uproar among a lot of people in this body, including the speaker as well as the governor. And within several days, the Prisoner Review Board reversed its decision. And I'm happy to report that Mr. Nels continues to be incarcerated. This brought to light, however, the Prisoner Review Board, how it is selected, and caused both the Judiciary Committee in the Senate and the Corrections Committee here to review that. And the current bill, which, as I said, had some amendments in our committee, having come over from the Senate, does the following thing. Essentially, currently there are 3 members of the Prisoner Review Board, and they are all selected by and serve at the pleasure of the Secretary of Department of Corrections. What we found was that these members typically are career Department of Corrections people, which is not a problem per se. It's just that they have one sort of narrow view on the issues that need to be looked at when you're determining parole issues. And we felt that it was better to pull the board out of the Corrections Department and set up a 5-member board, not just 3, that would be appointed 3 by the governor and 2 by the Attorney General. These would be subject to Senate confirmation. One of the members would have to have law enforcement experience. One would have to have experience in crime victim rights. And a third one would have to have prosecutorial experience. The other 2 would have to have no condition to their experience. So the other thing we said was that the board, as I said, would be operating outside of KDOC, although they could use KDOC for administrative purposes. Each board member would be paid at 70% of the amount we pay our state district court judges, which that would be currently, they would be paid $120,000 a year. We would also say that where they were granting parole for an off-grid felony or a Class A felony or a sexually violent crime, there would have to be unanimous support for that among the 5 members. Otherwise, 2 members could make determinations about parole and revocation of conditional release. Let's see. We also require that the Prisoner Review Board give notice to the Attorney General before a parole hearing so the Attorney General can weigh in, as well as notice to victims so that they can weigh in on the decision. With that, I will stand for questions.
Is discussion on Senate Bill 459. The chair recognizes Representative Schlingensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, let's try to get over the postprandial stupor here in the room.
and consider how exciting this bill really is. First of all, it reverts back to something that existed in the pre-Brownback era. We're going forward to the past in this case. It expands the board from the 3 members at that point in time to 5 now, and thus distributes a really heavy workload across more people. It's an outstanding bill. Please support it.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I served on the old parole board. I was on that last board before it was disbanded. And one of the concerns I've always had is the fact that this board isn't very autonomous, that all the members are appointed by the Secretary of Corrections. That's just one piece of what you look at in parole. I think you need members that are more broad-based. So I strongly support this bill. I think it has a broad, it has, it'll appoint members from different backgrounds. I always felt like the workload was way too much for 3 people, so I also like the idea of expanding it to 5 and requiring an unanimous decision on some of those very tough cases. So I think these changes all sound good to me, and I urge you to support the bill.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 459? Seeing none, Representative Lewis, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the body rises, it report favorably Senate Bill 459 for passage.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Lewis to report Senate Bill 459 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business we have is Senate Bill 374, and for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 374, the chair recognizes Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there were committee amendments, I move for adoption of the committee report.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue, Representative Barrett.
Thank you. I read for the body to present Senate Bill 374. Before I explain the bill, just imagine a Kansas mother comes home and finds her 14-year-old son deceased, murdered on the floor. After going through that, she goes into another room and finds her other 12-year-old son murdered. As she's dealing with this extreme trauma, she finds that her daughter's been kidnapped by the father. This is a case that happened here in Kansas. And then to find out that when someone is found incompetent during the process, the prosecuting attorney has no standing to show why this person is dangerous. This is what this bill is hoping to fix. So now let me explain it. Senate Bill 374 revises Kansas law governing how courts handle criminal defendants found incompetent to stand trial, especially those charged with serious felonies such as off-grid felonies or non-drug severity level 1 through 3 felonies. There's other examples such as aggravated indecent liberties, aggravated indecent solicitation of a child, and aggravated arson. It tightens the link between criminal competency proceedings and civil involuntary commitment so that courts can consider the totality of the circumstances, including prior convictions, pending charges, and the seriousness of the alleged offense. When deciding whether a defendant found to be incompetent to stand trial should be civilly committed and remain in treatment rather than be released. It creates a presumption of dangerousness and of a compelling state interest in commitment for continuing treatment, where the underlying crime charged is serious and clarifies when less serious cases should be dismissed without prejudice. The bill shifts responsibility for handling civil commitment proceedings from KDADs to prosecuting attorneys who must commence involuntary commitment proceedings when a defendant has not attained competency within 6 months after the start of treatment and are given standing to participate in related commitment hearings. It restructures options for inpatient versus outpatient competency services, creates a more detailed process for court-ordered psychotropic medication over a defendant's objection and requires courts to explicitly weigh public safety, treatment history, and likelihood of restoring competency or reducing recidivism before releasing or dismissing cases involving dangerously mentally ill defendants. This did pass the Senate 40-0, so it was unanimous on their side. Proponents included numerous county attorneys and district attorneys. It also included the mother of those two boys that were murdered. Opponents included the Kansas Disability, or I guess there was just one opponent from the Kansas Disability Rights Center. Some of the concerns that opponent brought up was defense representation in those proceedings, as well as the level that is needed civilly for that commitment. And those were both addressed with an amendment in committee. So we did resolve that. There were other concerns about just bed length space, which was also brought up with the neutral testimony from a public defender as well as the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability. As I did say, there were committee amendments for the defendant's attorney to also have standing to present evidence in the proceedings. And then the burden of proof was changed from preponderance of the evidence to clear and convincing, and that both sides were in favor of that. That was what was intended to be the standard. So with that, I will stand for questions.
All right, for discussion on Senate Bill 374, the chair recognizes Representative Schleien-Siepen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bringer of the bill did an outstanding job explaining the bill, as did the bringer of the previous bill. I should have mentioned that, but didn't. So thank you both. I think the intent of this bill is good. However, I think there are some problems that we should just be aware of. One thing is that we're talking about defendants charged with the most serious offenses, not people who have been adjudicated to have actually committed them. And of course, competency in determining that is the reason for that. So there's a clear emphasis on public safety, but also on ensuring that those who are deemed not competent get the kind of testing and the kind of care that would bring them to competency. So that's one issue. I think another issue is that, regardless where you end up, until competency is established, is most likely at Osawatomie or Larned. The question is, do we have the kinds of therapies necessary in those places? I'm not sure that we really do. As one of my colleagues said, somebody might get a life sentence to having to play cards for the rest of their lives. And I think that's a problem. I think we need to be aware of it. We can fix a problem, but if we don't have the infrastructure to deal with the problem, what then? And the other question, of course, is capacity. Do we have the capacity in these two facilities to deal with the consequences of this bill? And I'm not sure that we do. And even if the crisis stabilization centers planned for Johnson County and Sedgwick County come online, I don't think we'd still have enough to deal with what we're talking about. But that said, this is a difficult weighing act between public safety on the one hand and having the services in place to really do what we need to do in order to help these folks, these high-level presumptive offenders get the treatment that they need. So I encourage you to vote however you wish on this one. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the carrier of the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Representative.
Yeah. So as I'm trying to understand this, if the person is charged with a felony, or let's say with a misdemeanor first,
Okay.
they can be ordered into outpatient evaluation and treatment. So will that be under a court order for outpatient treatment? That means they can go home and receive services through.
So we'd kind of discussed this, and I can double check the revisor, but outpatient can also mean while they're in the jail, not the prison, but the jail also being evaluated versus going to the mental health secure facility where the treatment. And so, but yeah, nothing really with the misdemeanor changes as well. It just kind of clarifies that misdemeanor can still be outpatient.
Right, but outpatient, the way it's used in the bill, means that includes being in a jail, a detention center, and that is considered outpatient versus in the real world, outpatient means you're at home and you go to an office or somebody comes to you for services.
No, you're correct. Yeah, my understanding is outpatient would also include inside a jail facility.
Either way.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that's my understanding.
And it's the same thing for a felony, correct?
Yeah, but now that it has changed where it's more, there are things you have to prove if it's a serious felony for them to be considered for those outpatient.
Right, okay. And I understand too that, it's right here. Something about the proceedings within 21 days that the defendant has not attained competency to stand trial within 6 months after the date of commencement of treatment.
So yeah, if they're not found competent within 6 months, that's when that prosecutor has to start those proceedings.
Okay, thank you. I think in the underlying bill, I don't have an issue with. The issue is how long it's taking right now to get competency evaluations, period. And this says that, that they're having to look at the person to stand trial within 6 months after the date of commencement of treatment. You may not have the competency evaluation already done within those 6 months of commencement of treatment. So how will that be handled if it takes 8, 9 months for the competency evaluation to be completed? Sorry, I should have asked you directly.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What happens if the evaluation can't be completed within the 6 months? Because there is a huge backlog right now.
No, and that's just, yeah, that's when the prosecutor starts their portion. So it could be longer. Yes, it could be. And it just, again, we're talking about just extremely serious felonies. So you have those off-grid homicides, you have murder and rape.
Right.
We're talking about those specific crimes. And I think it's important to remember that they may have to wait a little bit longer. And we are trying to deal with that with the new mental health hospital we're building, as well as I think Shawnee County has a mental health facility they're building.
So how is this different than what the law says now?
Yeah, so it's bringing the prosecutors into the fold, as well as having more steps that they would need to, more hurdles for them for these more serious felonies charges for them to hop over before they can do this outpatient care. So it's just having more guardrails.
And everybody knows what kind of a backlog we have, and everybody was okay with that, all the proponents?
Well, I mentioned the proponents. There was one opponent and 2 neutral, and the other 2 neutral brought up the backlog. And again, I would just say we're in a separate way. We are trying to deal with that mental health backlog. And in this case, we're just talking about those most serious cases, the murders, homicides, rapes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments and the concern over the mental health issues on this. But if you would Google Donnie Ray Jackson, you'll understand why this law is important. Donnie Ray Jackson killed his 2 sons, Logan 14 and Austin 12 in 2020, about 1.5 miles from my house. Donnie Ray Jackson could have potentially walked free last month due to some of the complications in the law. That's what this law is for. This law is for Logan and Austin, and I would urge you to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 374? All right, seeing none, Representative Barrett, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I do close, one thing I did forget to really emphasize on is this is also allowing the defense counsel to be brought into the fold. So now they also have standing. Currently, they don't. To be a civil law attorney. So this is helping the defendant as well in that manner. Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, they report Senate Bill 374 favorably for passage.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Barrett to report Senate Bill 374 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 487, and for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 487, the chair recognizes Representative Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments. I move for approval of the committee report.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise before the body to present SB 487. As amended, it would amend the Kansas Offender Registration Act to direct the Kansas Bureau of Investigation to provide a statewide offender registration system, meeting certain criteria and to amend provisions regarding registration fees. The bill would direct the KBI on or after July 1st, 2028 to provide a system in compliance with the act and that ensures real-time delivery of offender relocation notifications. Further, the bill would direct the KBI in consultation with the Kansas Sheriff's Association to provide each registering agency with access to the system. The bill would direct the KBI to be responsible for the cost of administering, purchasing, and maintaining the system. The bill would make conforming amendments to the act to require entry of offender data into the system by replacing references to the sending of paper copies of registrations or registration forms to the KBI. It should be noted that even if an individual has to register in multiple locations like work, school, home, that they would only pay one time the $10 technology fee that would help fund this project. And upon implementation of the system, the fee of the technology maintenance would be reduced, but not to exceed, or could be reduced, but not to exceed $10. And I would stand for questions.
All right, further discussion on Senate Bill 487. The chair recognizes Representative Schlingensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The carrier of the bill did a fine job explaining it, and I recommend it to you. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Committee, any further discussion on Senate Bill 487? Seeing none, Representative Neely, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the body rises to report, they report SB 487 favorable for passage.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Neely to report Senate Bill 487 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. Motion passes. The next item of business we have is Senate Bill 398. And for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 398, the chair recognizes Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee minutes. I move for adoption of the committee report.
Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to present Senate Bill 398. Senate Bill 398 is necessary to ensure that expert testimony presented in court is reliable and helpful to the tier of fact. By requiring the proponent to demonstrate that it is more likely than not that the expert's knowledge, methods, and application are reliable and relevant. The bill strengthens the standards of admitting expert testimony. This helps prevent the use of unreliable or irrelevant expert opinions, ensuring fair and accurate judicial proceedings. And really, so that the proponents on this, everyone from the Chamber, American Property Casualty Insurance, the Kansas Association of Defense Counsel, American Trucking Association, bids. I mean, there's just a wide array of people. And really what all this is doing is aligning Kansas law to the Federal Rule of Evidence 702, which was made in December of 2023. These changes reinforce the trial judge's gatekeeping role in evaluating expert evidence. There were no opponents on this. There were no neutral, and I believe it did pass the Senate 40-0. With that, I will stand for questions.
For discussion on Senate Bill 398, the chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill covered everything. Good bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 398? Seeing none, Representative Barrett, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the body rises to report, they report Senate Bill 398 favorably for passage.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Barrett to report Senate Bill 398 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business we have is Senate Bill 408. And for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 408, the chair recognizes Representative Laura Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue, Representative Williams.
All right, I'm here to liven up the chamber a little bit because I would say that was a weak eye. Senate Bill 408 has to do with free-range parenting. Who here has heard of free-range parenting? A lot of you in this room look like you probably were raised by free-range parents. I personally wasn't a free-range parent child who came home when the streetlights came on, but it was when my mom stepped outside and blew her whistle. And I knew that it was time for me to ride my bike on home. So Senate Bill 408 puts protections in statute that a child engaging in age-appropriate independent activities such as walking to school, walking home from school, playing outdoors, staying home for a reasonable time is not considered a child in need of care. It specifies that parents allowing such activities are not endangering their child unless they knowingly or recklessly disregarded obvious dangers based on the child's age, maturity, and abilities. I do want to note that this bill passed out of the Senate 40-0, and there were committee amendments. So while we were in committee, we decided to add the contents of House Bill 2651, which passed the House 116-0. If you want to look up how you voted, if you were here, you probably voted for it. But a House Bill 2651 expands the due process for fathers who have signed a voluntary acknowledgement of paternity. And we also added the contents of House Bill 2243, which passed the House 121-0. And this requires the Kansas Secretary for Children and Families to collaborate with military organizations to address child abuse and neglect cases involving children of military personnel. And with that, I will stand for questions.
All right, does any member desire to speak to Senate Bill 408? The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the carrier of the bill did an excellent job describing it. I will say the definition of free range for chicken involves 51% or more of your life outdoors and at least 2 square feet of livable space. So, you know, bring that up to children. I don't know how much that would be, 6 square feet. So yeah, the bill, the 2 bills that we bundled in were HB 2243. It passed unanimously. However, you know, there were 4 people missing. The HB 2651 also passed unanimously. There were 9 people missing. So if you were here, you voted for it. They're both good bills. The question from my caucus was about the free range bill and what was age appropriate activities. And personally, I find that the bill itself is a good bill. I like it. There were questions in terms of like, you know, whether there's issues in terms of the police officers making a determination on the spot about what is or is not age appropriate activities. The question of what is specifically for somebody living inside of being left inside of a car, what is too hot, what is too cold, what is age appropriate for leaving a child in a car. So those are not necessarily things that we all got into it in a huge amount of detail in judiciary, and we can certainly have a discussion here. But overall, I think that the bill itself is good, and as it's bundled with 2 other bills, I think the bill in total is good, and I would urge your support. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 408? The chair recognizes Representative Oropeza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a quick question for the carrier of the bill. Great.
Sorry.
No problem. Something unfortunately I didn't think of this morning in agenda. Does this bill have any negative effects for, say, someone were to call and they saw a child maybe going to the park, didn't realize they were okay to go to the park and those types of things? Are there any unintended consequences for that person being just more observant and wanting to make sure that child is safe?
We talked about that in committee, because someone on the committee referenced that situation happening. And when it comes to those types of situations where people do call, they can still call. Putting this in statute really helps streamline what DCF is already doing in regulation. And they came and testified in committee on this bill as a proponent, saying, those instances do happen. There's procedures that they do follow still, but it helps kind of alert, the community that this is in statute and, helping them handle that moving forward.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this bill is very well intentioned and I will probably vote for it. But one unintended consequence that I worry a little bit about is people with special needs. I saw the words age appropriate, and then I started to think about how not everyone is developmentally at the same age as they look. Not everyone who's special needs looks like their special needs. And I just hope that the creation of this bill or this law doesn't prevent law enforcement or neighbors who care about kids, or even frankly, adolescents who might even be close to adulthood. I just want us to keep looking out for each other. And I worry that this might quieten that little voice in the back of your head that says maybe something isn't right. So I always try to do no harm when I'm here, and I'm a little conflicted about that, but I do understand the intention behind it. And I just hope that we aren't unintentionally sending a signal that we should care less and intervene when we might need to. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of SB 408. This morning in agenda, listening to this bill, I thought age-appropriate behavior immediately made me think of the child marriage bill. And I looked into the possibility of an amendment, but I understand it would be non-germane, so out of respect for all of our time, I'm not doing that. But you do have to listen to my bump. It would be excellent if before the session is out, we could give the same attention to the child marriage bill that we're giving today to this age-appropriate bill. Clearly, marriage is not an appropriate behavior or action for a child to participate in, and I hope the body can take that up at some point in time. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 408? Seeing none, Representative Laura Williams, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate both of the previous conferees' statements. I do want to draw your attention to page 12, section lowercase I. It does list that such independent activities are appropriate based on the child's age, maturity, and mental abilities. And so I appreciate the concerns. I do believe that this bill addresses that, and hopefully that eases the concerns. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 408 favorably for passage.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Williams to report Senate Bill 408 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business we have is Senate Bill 462, and for the purpose of carrying 462, the chair recognizes Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move that they be adopted.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, guys, we can do a little bit better than that. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you. This is Senate Bill 462. It's a public nuisance bill. There is a simple definition of public nuisance, but I'm going to give the more complicated one. It involves first interference with a public right, which is to endanger or injure public health, safety, or welfare affecting a considerable part of the community. And it has to be unreasonable conduct, which is determined by balancing um, against the benefit against the cost of that activity. As I said, this bill concerns exactly that, a public uh, nuisance. You can think of polluting a waterway, blocking a road, or if you have a hotel that's a haven for criminal activity. Those are kind of classic examples of public nuisances. And this bill leaves those intact, doesn't affect that. The problem this bill is attempting to address is that over the years, public nuisance law has morphed into a vehicle for changing public policy, or put differently, to impose regulations through litigation. Think about lawsuits brought against products that are legal, such as guns or fossil fuel companies, really attempts by the litigants to address major public policy issues and do that through litigation and not through their representative bodies, either in Congress or here in the State House. And that's what this bill attempts to narrow somewhat, or cut back on the litigation, attempting to make public policy. And it does that by saying that a public nuisance claim, which is typically brought by a public official, can't be brought where it is grounded on the design, manufacturing, distribution, selling, labeling, or of a legal product, such as, once again, a gun or fossil fuels, and other areas. Now, when we heard the bill, there was some discussion in committee about, well, how about the opioid litigations or the cigarette litigations? Would this prohibition that we're putting into the bill somehow make those litigations impossible to bring? And as we know, our state has benefited and continues to benefit from the settlements in those litigations. And the proponents said to us, no, it wouldn't, because there would be other legal theories which could be used to have brought those lawsuits. And so we looked into that, and they were absolutely right. There were numerous other legal theories that were propounded in those litigations and would regardless of whether there's a public nuisance theory. And so what we said to the proponents was, if that's true, then let's just make that clear in the bill, that you can bring claims against, if it's based on other legal theories, such as consumer protection laws, as an example. And so that was one of the, if you would, compromise, but just a clarification of the prohibition. The other important aspect of the bill is it pertains to who can actually bring public nuisance claims. And there's some confusion, or there's a concern that in some instances, county attorneys or district attorneys, local authorities are bringing these public nuisance claims, where the public nuisance pertains to matters well beyond the county or the locality itself. And so what the bill does in that respect, it says if the public nuisance being addressed, let's just say a hotel that's in Wichita, and we heard testimony in committee about a hotel which was a haven for crime, and the city attorney said, we need the right to bring that public nuisance claim. And we said, you're right. So the bill says if it's just affecting the public locality, that the county attorney is authorized to bring a public nuisance claim. The bill goes on to say, though, that if the public nuisance being addressed has effects beyond the county, that the authority for bringing that claim should rest with our state's chief law enforcement officer, the attorney general. And so that's what it does. It does say, however, that if the attorney general decides that he or she doesn't have the resources, or it's not a priority to bring a claim that has an effect beyond a particular county, that he can delegate that to a county official to bring the claim. That is the gist of the bill, and I'll stand for questions.
All right, for discussion on Senate Bill 462, the chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job explaining the bill. I'm going to say that this is not just a bad bill, but a problematic bill. And I have an amendment. I'm going to go into the amendment in just a little bit, but the amendment only covers a small portion of a fix to the bill. There's a lot more involved in the bill itself. So I want to walk through at least that portion of it before I get to my amendment. The carrier of the bill in committee actually brought an amendment which actually helped to fix the bill and improve the bill, and I commend him for doing so. But the problem is that he talked with just the proponents of the bill, not the opponents of the bill. And when you reach out to the opponents in the bill, and the opponents included the League of Kansas Municipalities, the Kansas Association of Counties, the City of Overland Park, the City of Wichita, they all still had major problems with the bill as it's presented today. Let me go through a few of those because they are very crucial in terms of like what we are talking about here. Some of the major issues that they brought up, a limit on public nuisance actions. So this particular bill has still requires or still prevents any public nuisance to be brought on the design, manufacturing, distributing, selling, labeling, or marketing of a product in commerce. That includes what we dealt with the opioid epidemic, what we dealt with the tobacco settlements. And if this had been law back then, Kansas might have missed out on a tobacco settlement of $340 million, or an opioid settlement of about $1.5 billion. And this isn't just idle speculation. This happened in Oklahoma in 2021, where the Kansas Supreme Court used a similar law to this to overturn a $465 million settlement. Oklahoma did not get that money because laws like this were implemented. There's also the question about stripping municipal standings, and I'm actually going to get into that a little bit more in the amendment itself, but there's the one last thing is requiring preponderance of the evidence and proximate cause. So another reason that we're dealing with this here, public nuisance isn't just small-time things. They are large-scale things that affect across the jurisdiction, across the city, across the county, across the state, across the nation. And what we are doing with this bill is, number one, limiting our ability to go after these crimes. And there will be another opioid settlement or another opioid lawsuit. There will be another tobacco type lawsuit. It is inevitable that there's going to be another issue that we're going to have to deal with that we cannot because we've introduced this law. So part of it is requiring preponderance of the evidence and proximate cause. So in these types of cases, what's happening is they have multiple defendants coming in. And if we eliminate the proximate preponderance of the evidence and the proximate cause, what's going to happen is in all of these cases, you have multiple defendants and they're all pointing the finger at each other. Wasn't me, it's the other guy, it was the other company. And this bill requires you to have that type of evidence to pinpoint to a particular company, to a particular cause of reason, where the whole reason that you were able to litigate under the tobacco and the opioid is because you didn't have to prove up to that degree. You could say all of you are equally liable and responsible. Deal with it. So that is a problem that we're having under this. And one of the last things is about municipal standing. And the fact of the matter is that we're dealing with when we have a case where municipalities can work together or counties can work together and like build up off of each other, that creates a stronger case than having a singular voice from the AG. It really is. We're limiting the ability of that type of a situation to happen. All of these are going to continue under the current bill. All of these are going to happen, even with the amendment that I'm about to present, because there's no fixing this. This is a situation where the law as it is right now works, but we're not, so we don't need to necessarily address it. There's not a problem in the status quo to fix it. But there is something that I think, even with all of this, could still be improved on the bill. So for that reason, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. Is there any objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? All right. Representative Osmond, could you please explain your amendment?
Yes, absolutely, will do. So what this does is create a right of first refusal. And effectively, what's happening under the bill itself is that everything, so if it's limited in jurisdiction to, say, one jurisdiction, they can cover it under their own public nuisance. But anything beyond that has to go to the AG. And the AG has sole discretion to either deal with it him or herself, or delegate it down to some other authority. But there's no timeline they have to make any determination. They can hold on to it forever. They can do nothing with it forever. They can throw it into the trash can, regardless of how much of a problem this is for any individual case. And say, for those representatives that are in Ford County, this was an issue to your county. And if this bill were to have been law, the AG could have shoved it into the toilet and said, that's it, we're done with it. So what this allows is for a municipality or a governmental jurisdiction to say, AG, you have the ability to make the determination, but we're going to give what we are interested in litigating ourselves. You have 30 days to make a determination as to whether you wish to continue and pursue it, or whether you can revert it back to us so that we can take care of the problem ourselves. Now, one of the things this amendment actually does is it helps to strengthen the AG's position in that any jurisdictional issue automatically on a public nuisance flows up to the AG. So the AG does have a little bit of strength under this amendment, maintains control over all public nuisances, but any jurisdiction can request it back so that they can so that they can make the changes. And one of the reasons that we did that is because there's actually a question within the bill about whether any jurisdiction is a sole jurisdiction, or whether overlapping jurisdictions, say you have the city of Wichita and the county of Sedgwick, and both of those overlap with each other. Is there any unique jurisdiction under one or the other? I don't know if it's clear in the bill. I don't know if any of the proponents or opponents know for certain whether that's the case, or whether it's all going to go up to the AG. So my amendment took care of that and just said, it's all going up to the AG, but you as the county, you as the city can request it back, and the AG has 30 days to decide. That's it. That's my amendment. Thank you.
For discussion
stand for
on
questions.
the Osmond Amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Body. So this is an unfriendly amendment brought by a very friendly fellow, one that I enjoy working with. And I also thank him because he informed me before that he was going to bring the amendment. We discussed it. We just came to a friendly disagreement. So as the bill presented to you provides, as I explained, if a matter pertains only to a county, a particular jurisdiction, the bill gives that county prosecutor the authority to bring the public nuisance claim. And I will say that when the bill came to us originally from the Senate, it gave carte blanche authority to the Attorney General to control all public nuisance claims in the state. The bill goes further and says, however, if the public nuisance pertains to or affects more than one county, then the Attorney General has the authority to decide whether or not he wants to bring the claim. If he decides he doesn't, but thinks the claim ought to be brought, he can delegate that authority to the local authorities. The amendment says that if the Attorney General decides on a matter that pertains to more than one county, that he's not going to bring the claim, and the county official wants to bring the claim, the county official has the right to bring that a claim if the Attorney General doesn't want to. I don't agree with that for the simple reason that we elect our Attorney General as the chief law enforcement officer for the state. And when a matter pertains to something beyond the local county or jurisdiction, I think we have elected our Attorney General to make decisions about whether or not that litigation ought to be brought. Every prosecutor in the state, whether it's a local prosecutor or a state prosecutor, or quite frankly, the federal prosecutor, exercises what we call prosecutorial discretion every day. That's just part and parcel of the job that they do. We've elected our Attorney General to make those determinations for matters that pertain to the state. And if a matter pertains to this public nuisance has effects beyond a particular county, I believe it's the prerogative and the authority of the Attorney General, and should be, to make that prosecutorial decision and decide to whether or not to prosecute or not. So I would ask you to vote down the proposed amendment.
For further discussion on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. In continuation, the friendly attitude of friendliness here, this is indeed an amendment brought by a very friendly person in response to a very good and friendly amendment that was brought in committee that did a lot with this bill because a lot needed to be done with the bill. And so I appreciate the efforts of not only the chair of the Corrections Committee who's carrying the bill, but also the efforts of the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee who brings the amendment. What I want to focus on, though, with you all here is a circumstance that is not a reference to our sitting Attorney General. I want to exclude him from the conversation. In this state, counties have a right to go to court, as do cities, to vindicate damages that have occurred to those cities or counties. It's part of the concept of home rule. They have a right to sue on their own behalf. The concept of home rules generally says they don't have to come to us for permission to sue. They don't have to go to the governor for permission to sue, and they don't have to go to the Attorney General for permission to sue. The county, as the representatives of their elected constituents and citizens, can bring the lawsuit against a company which has created a public nuisance. What the base bill says is, but if the nuisance involves more than one county, or as the representative pointed out a moment ago, two jurisdictions, one being the city and one being the county, and they overlap, then for some reason, it's not good enough to have the county commission's approval, the city commission's approval, the adjoining county's approval, adjoining city's approval. No, that's not good enough. You have to go to the Attorney General. Now, why do I say I make no reference to the current Attorney General? I tell you because in the history of Kansas, we've had some pretty corrupt Attorney Generals. We've had Attorney Generals that were involved in all kinds of shenanigans at one time or another. The most recent one I can recall was a Democrat. And you may recall some of the circumstances having to do with tattoos on portions of his anatomy and girlfriends and a number of other things. Or a different Democrat who seemed to have a bad habit of showing up in cheap motels in Joplin, Missouri. Wasn't, I guess, a public nuisance, but it was a bad habit, certainly. But my point is that attorney generals are not saints. Attorney generals receive campaign contributions. Attorney generals have character flaws. Attorney generals can be influenced just like any other public official. But what the bill in its present form says is the Attorney General, if he wants to tell your county and the adjoining county they can't sue the polluter, or if he wants to tell your city and your county that they can't sue on account of the roadhouse that's been the scene of multiple shootings, rapes, prostitution, drug dealing. Because they're two separate jurisdictions, they can't do anything about it under nuisance law. They have to get the permission of the Attorney General. I'd suggest to you that there needs to be some constraint on the Attorney General's ability to smile at his friends who perhaps contributed to his campaign, his friends who run the roadhouse, and say, no, there'll be no prosecution or there'll be no lawsuit against you. You're my friend. Now, the representative from Garden City is correct that prosecutors exercise discretion every day. Absolutely no doubt about it. But they exercise discretion over things that are exclusively their responsibility, not somebody else's responsibility. And so I think this is actually a good idea to allow cities and counties to pursue the rights of their citizens, even in circumstances where the Attorney General turns a blind eye. Again, not a reference to our current Attorney General. I could have talked about more contemporaneous circumstances involving natural gas companies and others, but I didn't do that today. All we need to do is look at the historical precedent, and it would suggest to me that this amendment is a good idea. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Osmond, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I close and move my amendment.
All right, you've heard the motion by Representative Osmond to amend Senate Bill 462. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. Representative Osmond, you still have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I tried. There was, just to go back through, I mean, once again, this is a bad bill. We could go through all the reasons, but I'm going to tell you, passing this into law will eventually cost Kansas hundreds of millions of dollars in lost opportunity, and it just will. There will be another public nuisance case, whether it's within the state or multi-state. It will happen. We're not going to be a part of it. We're going to lose out on any decision that's made. Beyond that, there's a cost immediately. If you look at the fiscal note, once again, there's a joke that every single bill that comes through this legislature adds in 3 FTEs for the Attorney General's office. Well, this one doesn't. It adds in 4 FTEs at a cost of $500,000. So for all those reasons and more, I would urge you, do not support this bad bill and bad policy. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 462? Seeing none, Representative Lewis, you may close.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple things. On the FTEs, that fiscal note was prepared when on the Senate bill that we got, which, as I explained, had the Attorney General doing all the public nuisance litigation in the state. We cut back on that by giving the counties the right to do that litigation if it affected only a public county matter. I vehemently disagree with the notion that this bill will prevent the state of Kansas from participating in settlements such as the opioid litigation. I actually spent 2 hours in my office this weekend looking at our Consumer Protection Act statute and going through all of the elements that would have to be claimed and proven in the opioid litigation. And I determined, to my satisfaction at least, that that would have been very easy to do in that litigation. And if you look at those litigations which occurred around the country, different class actions, in virtually every, in not virtually, in every one I looked at, there were multiple theories propounded. Public nuisance was only one of 4 or 5. So once again, I just disagree that we would somehow not be able to participate in the settlement of the opioid or the cigarette litigation if this bill had been in effect. let's see, we also heard about proximate cause. I mean, proximate cause is a standard element in virtually any civil litigation that's being brought. It just means that the cause, there has to be some modicum of connection between the negligence that you're claiming. In this case, it would be the public nuisance and the harm that's being caused. There's nothing radical or different about that in that regard. So as I said, I think this bill is narrowly tailored, as it should be, to deal with a fairly narrow but important area of public nuisance law that has gotten out of hand. And that concerns regulation through litigation. And I ask you to support the bill. And when the committee rises, I ask that it report favorably Senate Bill 462 for passage.
All right, you've heard the motion by Representative Lewis to report Senate Bill 462 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business we have is Senate Bill 480. And for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 480, the chair recognizes Representative Bohai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue, Representative Bohai.
Thank you so much. In 2025, we passed House Bill 2359, which was relating to the Uniform Adult Guardianship Protective Proceedings Jurisdiction Act and the Uniform Guardianship, Conservatorship, and Other Protective Arrangements Act. Inadvertently, some things got repealed, and we are fixing that. So I will stand for questions.
All right, discussion on Senate Bill 480. The chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Carrier explained the bill just fine. I will state the reason that we're dealing with this is because, oops, we accidentally deleted things last year that we shouldn't have deleted, which fortunately we caught pretty early, all things considered. At least the Judicial Council caught it really early. But it still happened. This happens when we go fast. This happens when we rush through the process and we're not thorough in our vetting. And I hope that in the future we can elongate a session just a little bit to have a little bit more time to really consider these issues. That said, glad we caught it. Bill's great. Amendment's great. The amendment that went on in committee. Fantastic. So vote for it. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 480? All right, seeing none, Representative Bohai, you may close.
This will enable the courts to get done what they need to do, and swift reenactment is critical to address the gaps that were created and restore the ability to manage and resolve absentee estates effectively. With that, I move that we, I hope this goes favorably for passage. Good night. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Make a motion to pass Senate Bill 480 favorably.
I do move that we pass Senate Bill 480 favorably for passage, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Bohai to report Senate Bill 480 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. Motion passes. We're going to stand at ease for a little bit. This concludes our general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Mr. Chair, I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion to rise and report. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends that SB 425, House Bill 2773 be passed, House Bill 2036, Senate Bill 434, 459, 374, 487, 398, 408, 462, and 480 be passed as amended. Senate Bill 390, 407, 426 be passed over and retained a place on the calendar.
Speaker recognizes Representative Wavemaster to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Reports of standing committee, the clerk will read.
The Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends Senate Bill 372 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Judiciary recommends SB 463 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Water recommends SB 317 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Transportation recommends SB 404 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as House substitute for Senate Bill number 404 as follows: an act concerning motor vehicles, and the substitute bill be passed. I do have one bill.
Is there any objection to returning to that order of business, introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions? Seeing none, seeing no objection, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2800 by Committee on Appropriations requested by Representative Helgerson, an act concerning state monies.
Games are being played.
Just go through and make sure we don't have.
Speaker recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that an emergency be declared and Senate Bill 51, Senate Bill 375, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 380, Senate Bill 55. Oh, am I going too fast? I'm sorry, I can go back. Okay. Which one was I on? 55, sorry about that. Senate Bill 334, Senate Bill 418, Senate Bill 260, Senate Bill 356, Senate Bill 364, Senate Bill 391, Senate Bill 425, House Bill 2036, House Bill 2773, Senate Bill 434, Senate Bill 459, Senate Bill 374, Senate Bill 487, Senate Bill 398, Senate Bill 408, Senate Bill 462, and Senate Bill 480. I want to confirm, did I get that right? Okay. Be advanced to that order of business, final action on bills and concurrent resolutions.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 51 by Committee on Legislative Modernization and Act concerning information technology relating to services provided by the Chief Information Technology Officer, authorizing the Chief Information Security Officer to receive audit reports, authorizing the Office of Information Technology Services to provide certain services to political subdivisions and hospitals.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 51. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Boatman votes aye. Any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 123 voting in favor and 1 against the passage of Senate Bill 51. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 375 by Committee on Judiciary and Act concerning consumer protection relating to investments, enacting the Proxy Advisor Transparency Act, providing legislative findings and definitions, requiring proxy advisors to make certain disclosures when recommending an action against company management, authorizing the Attorney General to investigate and take enforcement actions against violators.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 375. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 84 voting in favor and 40 against the passage of Senate Bill 375, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 232 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning retirement and pensions relating to management and investment by the Board of Trustees of the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System of monies certified by the State Treasurer as equivalent to the aggregate net amount received for unclaimed property, modifying investment standards, authorizing investments in certain foreign governments.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 232. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 123 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of Senate Bill 232, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 380 by Committee on Utilities, an act concerning electric public utilities relating to electric vehicle charging services, requiring certain electric public utilities to offer fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory rates and services to entities that provide electric vehicle charging services, prohibiting recovery of any costs and expenses associated with any electric vehicle charging station of the utility through the utility's electric rates, except for costs and expenses to provide the retail electric service necessary for a customer's fast charging station, establishing an expiration date.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 380. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Vaughn votes aye. Any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 121. Representative Vaughn votes aye. 122 voting in favor and 2 against the passage of Senate Bill 380, the same having received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 55 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning property and casualty insurance, prohibiting the assignment of benefits therefore, defining such assignment of benefits as an unfair method of competition, an unfair or deceptive act or practice.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 55. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 124 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 55, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 334 by Committee on Commerce, an act concerning nursing workforce development, providing education levels for instructors at nursing schools as a requirement for state approval.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 334. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 181 voting in favor and 43 against the passage of Senate Bill 334. The same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 418 by Senators Rose and Masterson, an act concerning housing relating to new housing development, enacting the By Right Housing Development Act, providing a streamlined permit approval process for by right housing developments, allowing for third-party review of new residential construction development documents and inspection of improvements, requiring political subdivisions to allow certain buildings provisions for certain single-family residences of a certain size, excluding owner-initiated rezoning to a single-family residential district from protest petition provisions, providing for all land within the corporate limits of a city that is zoned for any type of residential use to be considered zoned for single-family residential use.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 418. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Brownlee Page votes no. Any further change of vote? Representative Haskins votes no. Representative Stogsdill votes no. Representative Ballard votes no. Any further changes of votes? Seeing none, 97 having voted in favor and 27 against the passage of Senate Bill 418. The same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 260 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning the Department of Health and Environment Office of Vital Statistics relating to information regarding government administrative savings accounts, establishing the Born to Invest Act, requiring the Office of Vital Statistics to provide information regarding children born in Kansas to the state treasurer, permitting the state treasurer to provide informational materials on government administered savings accounts for such children and such children's families.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 260. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Brownlee Page votes no. Representative O'Habasam votes no. Representative Sawyer Clayton votes no. Representative Boatman votes no. Any further changes of votes? Seeing none, 110 voting in favor and 14 against the passage of Senate Bill 260. The same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 356 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning firearms relating to civil liability, providing for immunity from civil liability to federal firearm licensees for returning a firearm to the firearm owner at the termination of a firearm hold agreement.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 356. Clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Helgerson votes aye. Any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 123 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of Senate Bill 356, the same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 364 by Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, a Act concerning wildlife relating to hunting and fishing licenses, requiring the Department of Wildlife and Parks to offer a discounted resident senior combination hunting and fishing license to residents of Kansas who are 65 years of age or older, increasing the maximum age to qualify for the Kansas Kids Lifetime Combination Hunting and Fishing License, decreasing the maximum fee and removing the expiration of such license.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 364. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Brownlee Page votes no. Any further change of the vote? Seeing none, 102 voting in favor. Representative Simmons votes no. Any further change of the votes? Going once, going twice? Seeing none, 101 voting in favor and 23 against the passage of Senate Bill 364. The same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 391 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning private rental housing, prohibiting cities and counties from adopting or enforcing any ordinance or resolution that requires landlords to lease housing to tenants receiving financial assistance from or through the Housing Choice Voucher Program or any other housing assistance program, or that otherwise restricts a landlord's ability to consider the income source of a prospective tenant.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 391. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Simmons has a explanation of vote. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote no on SB 391. I was not elected to make it harder for survivors of domestic violence to leave their situations, and that's exactly what this bill would do. It's that simple. I vote no.
Representative Mosley on an explanation of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I vote no on SB 391. Life is becoming increasingly unaffordable for everyday Kansans. One community sought to rectify one of the last legalized forms of discrimination, source of income. This body has made zero movement towards solving livable wage problems. It has done nothing to make healthcare more affordable by expanding Medicaid. It has not done anything to close the low income housing deficit. The majority of Americans are a couple of missed paychecks, medical emergency, or any other unexpected expense away from the spiral that makes them housing insecure. Even if this bill becomes law, I am proud to live in a city that is crazy enough to believe that housing is a human right.
Any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Seibert votes aye. Representative Butler votes no. Any further changes of votes? Seeing none, 76 voting in favor, 75 voting in favor, and 49 against the passage of Senate Bill 391. The same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 425 by Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, an act concerning agriculture relating to registration fees, increasing the maximum annual registration fee for seed retailers and wholesalers, authorizing a late fee for registrations renewed after the expiration date of such registrations, providing a grace period for late registrations for agriculture seed and live plant dealers.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 425. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Proctor votes aye. Representative Wagner votes aye. Any further changes of votes? Seeing none, 121 voting in favor and 3 against the passage of Senate Bill 425. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2036 by Representative Proctor, an act concerning income taxation relating to Kansas adjusted gross income, providing a subtraction modification for amounts received as compensation for serving in the armed forces.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2036. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 113 voting in favor and 11 against the passage of House Bill 2036. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2773 by Committee on Taxation, an act concerning taxation relating to income tax, providing for the apportionment of business income for manufacturers of alcoholic liquor, depending on whether the taxpayer is a qualifying Kansas investor or a general manufacturer.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2773. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Pishney votes no. Any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 116 voting in favor and 8 against the passage of House Bill 2773. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 434 by Committee on Taxation, an act concerning income taxation, establishing the Veterans Valor Property Tax Relief Act, providing an income tax credit or refund for eligible individuals, discontinuing the sales tax exemption for purchases made by certain qualifying military veterans.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 434. Clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 124 voting in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 434. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 459 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the Prisoner Review Board, removing the board from the supervision of the Secretary of Corrections, changing the appointing authority for the members and creating qualifications for the members, requiring parole hearings to be postponed if proper notice of the public comment session is not made to the victim.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 459. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 124 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 459. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 374 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning criminal procedure relating to competency of a defendant to stand trial, requiring further consideration of evaluation and treatment for defendants charged with the most serious offenses, requiring certain items to be contained in a petition and written report of the evaluation in an involuntary commitment proceeding, setting requirements for involuntary commitment proceedings when the defendant has not been committed or has been released and the court has determined a probability does not exist that the defendant will regain competency in the foreseeable future, requiring the court to make certain findings with respect to a person who is alleged to be mentally ill and subject to involuntary commitment for care and treatment when such person is also a criminal defendant.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 374. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 116 voting in favor and 8 against the passage of Senate Bill 374, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 487 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the Kansas Offender Registration Act relating to agencies that register offenders under the act, requiring the Kansas Bureau of Investigation to provide a statewide offender registration system, providing for a petition to determine that an offender is indigent, authorizing a notice to appear to be issued for a violation of the act involving non-payment of a fee, allowing offenders required to register under the act to report where such offender works or attends school at a single point of registration.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 487. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Steele votes aye. Any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 124 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 487, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 398 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the rules of evidence relating to testimony in the form of opinion, requiring a proponent to demonstrate that it is more likely than not that certain specialized knowledge will help the trier of fact to understand the evidence before certain qualified witnesses may testify.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 398. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 124 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 398, same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 408 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning children and minors relating to acknowledgement and claims of paternity, authorizing a challenge to a voluntary acknowledgement of paternity as soon as practicable after discovery of fraud, duress, or mistake of fact, specifying that certain genetic testing results shall constitute a change of circumstances that warrants a court finding a material mistake of fact, providing for recovery of actual damages in exceptional circumstances relating to the revised Kansas Code for Care of Children, creating a referral process for cases involving children of military personnel to provide families with services that a military family advocacy program offers, requiring the Secretary for Children and Families to enter into a memorandum of understanding with military organizations, amending the definition of child in need of care to exclude a child engaging in age-appropriate independent activities, excluding a child engaging in independent activities from the crime.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 408. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 124 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 408, same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 462 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning public nuisance, prohibiting civil actions for certain nuisances, providing that only the Attorney General may file claims regarding public nuisance that are not wholly contained in one political subdivision unless the Attorney General delegates authorizations to one or more political subdivisions of the state to file such claims, requiring special injury for certain public nuisance actions.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 462. Clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 84 voting in favor and 40 against the passage of Senate Bill 462, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill 480 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning probate, requiring non-resident fiduciaries and to appoint an agent residing in this state relating to estates of absences.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 480. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Wagner votes aye. Any further change of the vote? Seeing none, 124 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 480, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Committee on Elections recommends Senate Bill 65 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as House substitute for Senate Bill number 65 as follows, an act concerning elections, and the substitute bill be passed. The Committee on Elections recommends Senate Bill 392 amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as House substitute for Senate Bill number 392 as follows, an act concerning elections, and the substitute bill be passed. The Committee on Elections recommends Senate Bill 394 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as House substitute for Senate Bill number 394 as follows, an act concerning elections, and the substitute bill be passed. Am I okay to read it?
Reports of standing committee, the clerk will read.
The Committee on Welfare Reform recommends Senate Bill 363 is amended and the bill be passed as amended.
Are there announcements? Representative Stogsdill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats will have agenda tomorrow morning at 8:30. 8:30. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further announcements? Speaker recognizes the majority leader for a motion to recess.
Yeah, this is hard then. I say 8 o'clock, right? Republicans will calendar tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Oh, I know, right? Yeah, in the old Supreme Court. I know, I'm the bad guy here. We're going to recess, and I'll make the motion in a second, but I just want to state what for. We're going to recess to receive more committee reports, so that way we get all the bills that we could try to collect together, and then we'll announce GO at that when we come back. So I just want to make sure everybody knew what we were going to do when we come back. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 5:15 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess.
walk behind us and say, I anoint you with the. We're good.
Thank you for the cookies.
So I went ahead and. Oh, because I accidentally deleted.
So you might see, you might have to put them out again.
Well, I was just gonna.
They may or may not appear again. I don't know.
Okay. So 1603 is still out
My
there.
guess is we'll see that one. 603, this. I think there was just some other. They would have done 16. But there was something else going on, so I'm like, no. So I think we'll see 1603, the other one. Hard pass or.
I hesitated to do it. Go out and turn, I go to that one all the time because there's always space in that one. We've moved these so many times and I've changed the people so many times, I've lost who's in charge of it. Bring in some more, if it's like a bill. Yeah, I think, see, it was somebody else on here. Well, it got pulled, he changed the name on me and I don't have the original now. No, I haven't. No, I mean, it wasn't in this. It was in the orders. I had two, but then when I deleted it from here, I don't keep it. I haven't. I got it. I think it is. I think it's roasted. 390 was a, yes. Raj's is a, no. Shriver was a, oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. Aw. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that. It's our dinner. Oh, so we must have 5 bills, like 481. I don't know what order they go in. We didn't do the final, we did not do 481 either, correct? The very last one. And then we had 4 before that. So then EFA. Someone years ago taught him who's important in operating things, and they remember that, no matter what job you're ever in. Yeah. Well, and IT people, housekeepers. Because they take care of your
The House will be in order. Reports of standing committee, the clerk will read.
The Committee on Appropriations recommends Senate Bill 181 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as House substitute for Senate Bill number 181 as follows: an act making and concerning appropriations for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2027 for state agencies, and the substitute bill be passed.
Announcements. Are there any announcements? Seeing none, Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Republicans calendar tomorrow morning at Old Spring Court at 8 a.m. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with House Rule 1502, posting a sequence for the succeeding day, the following bills will appear on the calendar under the heading of General Orders for March 19th. SCR 1603, House Bill 2757, Senate Bill 181. Oh. House Bill 2599, Senate Bill 481, Senate Bill 404, Senate Bill 344, Senate Bill 317, Senate Bill 184, Senate Bill 340, Senate Bill 384, Senate Bill 406, Senate Bill 394, Senate Bill 65, Senate Bill 339, Senate Bill 422, and Senate Bill 363. Those all match? Good? Did I say it right? Okay. Making sure. I don't read them well all the time. Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Thursday, March 19th at 9:30 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned.
You on that one.